interconnectedness. Some may have not, but there was a point in my life where I was unaware of the word altogether of interconnectedness. And kind of lined up with what I believe were we all need each other in some capacity, but by no means do we need to be dependent on that other person for that thing. If need be, we could do it ourselves. But interdependence allows a good amount of teamwork, a good amount of flow like we naturally do. What's up, Kirk P? What's up, EV? Emohotep, is it just my imagination, or you just keep making, uh, having different configurations of your name? What's up, Yeti Spaghetti? Doing well. Oh, I changed things up. I'm gonna put it this way. If you have a question about a mod or being a mod or not being a mod or anything on that technical detail, I put my email in the chat log regularly, and I'm surprised by the amount of people that don't communicate with me. So my email is available to communicate to me with, and I put that up all the time, and I'll put it up at some point today. It's pretty easy. It's been good answer. There's ancient systems on being able to interpret life, on being able to craft one's experiences into a translatable language. Images, pictures, some ideas are known all around the world by simple images. Others didn't have those types of animals within their area, so they used different references. Ultimately, what the ancient people did was they did their best to describe what they saw as descending beings from the sky in ships. And they came here, and the world was wonderful. They were able to heal people like people were never taken care of before. And in that healing, sickness and disease and all that stuff people were dealing with went away. A lot of the world has access to medicine and these types of things, and so those common illnesses, those viruses are not spread, they're not rampant around the world. Yeah, we have our problems from time to time, but we're not as prone as we used to be. And so we stay true and be in our own power. One thing I learned long ago from the universe is that the Divine Father, I'm gonna paint the picture for you as it was for me. So the Divine Father, just in my mind, it was like the Divine Father, he rolls up in like a roller coaster like carriage, and he like pops open the side door, leans over, pops open the side door, and he's like, "Get in." I hop in, and we go on the most awesome roller coaster ride ever. Not a bad roller coaster, awesome roller coaster. I mean, like original creator of roller coasters for theme parks and shit. Like, this is an awesome experience. And then he pulls over and he's like, "All right, get out." And he's like, "I gotta go help somebody else. I'll be back and pick you up later." And in that moment, he showed me some things. I learned some things from the divine side, however you want to see it or call it. I learned some things in those experiences of life that I had from moving from one place to another, what have it be. And I knew to stay true to myself and what I learned of who I am, of my foundation, of the abilities, of what was whispered to me within the wind. And one learns how to pay attention to those things upon their shamanic journey. And for each one, that language really is their own to truly understand and interpret. There are references online, there are all sorts of things you can look up. Esoteric meaning of, put that in your search bar for whatever you're searching. Esoteric meaning of the name of somebody, esoteric meaning of a river, an animal, whatever the case. And it's going to crop up a whole different answer than what you would have typed in and found of something. And so you're able to stay true to your divine authority, and that is respecting and honoring yourself and thus everyone else around you. And that allows us to truly tap into our past life, present power, because everything we learned in past lives, in every past life we ever learned, allows us to utilize that ability in this lifetime. A lot of times memories are not present, understanding is absent, but ability with something we never done before, repeated success, like, yo, you're natural with it. You worked for this one. You worked for this one. And so you're bringing all these past life experiences into the moment by being true to yourself, by following your foundation of which you followed in multiple lives. So once you stand on that foundation, you start to see what you constructed in the past, and that allows you to be aware of what you can construct in the present. This gives you the eye of Hiru, allow you to awaken divine perception in life, being able to see past the facade, past the first layer of information. When I was a child, I learned in school from teachers in every class of every year, and they said, "Look, there's a story. Now, would you learn from the story? What was the lesson you extrapolated out of it?" They'd ask personal questions of which each person thought, and then they'd say, "Now, this is what we're really wanting you to focus on the lesson was here." And point being is that no matter if it was a story in a book or a cartoon or a movie or anything, it had a lesson to convey, and that lesson was something that I could use in life to have an advantage of I was always taught how to read some underlying message of things from the beginning of my life, and you were too. We just think of it in a different capacity. Like, man, we hated those years, so we don't try to remember them at all. Or maybe we think about one aspect of it which completely throws off our awareness of other aspects of our own history. And all of this knowledge and all of this awareness, we're able to really bring a knot, a, a securing tie with the Divine Mother, an energetic stabilization in which for a time we can unite energies, and then we know that those can be unbound, those can be returned to a state of normalcy. They're not forever like that, but for the moment we need the stabilization of our energy for love, and we need all the support we can bring in together. So we unite things that align together, not things that oppose each other. And in that alignment, we're able to sit within that energy field, and thus without so much stress on our shoulders, we can tackle whatever we need to is at the present moment of your life. And that allows life to ultimately be restored. That allows you to come back to your conscious self and say, you know what? I can do this. I got this. Because that's how you were when you were younger. It didn't matter what came your way. You could knock it out. You could do it. You didn't think this is the end. That never came into your mind when you were younger. That's not what comes next. What comes next is I don't freaking know, but I'll figure something out. I remember I go running into the woods when I was younger, and I don't know how I figured my way back. I didn't leave a trail for myself. I didn't leave no breadcrumbs. I didn't leave no markers. Shoot, sometimes I'd try to break a limb or something. I never could find it on my way back, so I just didn't try to do that at all. But somehow I'd find my way back hours and hours later from taking a left and a right and going, oh, who knows where. And I like going off trail personally. I mean, you follow the trail, that's one thing, you know. But off trail, that's cool. And nobody been over in those parts. There might be something to discover. Who knows? And this really is the key of life. Being able to go through all of that, learn the knowledge, apply that, become wisdom itself embodied, learn how to unite things and allow them to return to where they need to be, to not keep them stuck together forever. And thus have your life restored, and thus that is the key to life, to ever moving forward. Truly to know that regardless of what happened, you can restore your life. You can come back to who you are because you've been through worse before, and you pulled yourself back. This is your divine destiny. The fact of you that knows that there is no being conquered. You might be halted in your journey. You might take a rest. You might chill out for a moment, regardless of whatever you've been pursuing, regardless of what I or anybody else says. You want to keep charging in the direction you're charging in. And hey, that's okay. Because you know what you're a divine warrior of. You know what you're good at. And so with that, you got to follow your path in whichever direction that is. And in that direction, in following your path, you will learn how to conquer the seven scorpions, essentially the seven illnesses in life, the seven deadly sins. You'll learn how to have power over them so as that they do not contaminate you, your life, or anybody that you care to protect and heal and take care of. Because not only can you heal yourself, your own, of which you've conquered, but thus you then learn after that how to be able to help others conquer their own. This brings you into a divine sisterhood, a community of spiritual sisters and brothers of light. And that sisterhood and that brotherhood really uniting as one. And that's really where it's at. Be able to respect each other's ways, let each other do what they do, and like not have control over each other, but be like, you know what? Boom, like let our kid or let the unification, like let that be the divine blessing to the world. Like let us each have what we have, not hiding, celebrating, uniting, and letting that diverse aspect really create the birth of the new world. And surely this will unite into every single person in the world ancient power mysteries, which essentially is each one's music and song, their rhythm, a warding off of negative energies and a collecting of lost energies, allowing each one to be their own pyramid of light, stepping deeper into their vibration of love, standing like a pyramid, a solid foundation, not shaken, not disturbed. Heck, you can try to dismantle this thing, but you will have trouble taking the whole thing down. It's still gonna stand the test of time, the elements, and man, motherfucker. And this really allows one to hold the scales of balance, because truly only with a proper, stable point can one have something that can have a balance where you can find true weight. And in that, the entire world can be balanced. In that, anybody can find us and find balance in their life. And when one finds balance, their future opens up. It's in the chaos, it's in the instability. Who can stand when an earthquake is rattling the ground? You know what I'm saying? Like, so to provide that stability for a moment for people, that's what it comes down to. And it's not that we're weighing scales or balancing other people or judging them, but it's so that they can kind of measure their own elements and be like, I see I need to adjust that first. Thank you. And they can get that reflection, they can get that proper viewpoint without current modern spins that we often cast onto each other unknowingly. Like, you talk about projecting yourself onto somebody, everybody does it. Oh, how can you do it? I do it too. See, I think the best of you. So I talk to you like, and I believe like you're the best version I could imagine of yourself. Now, whether you are or not is a whole other subject. See, ah, if I admit the truth and be like, well, behavior is contradicting what I think, then I'm going to act accordingly and differently. Like love will be adjusted appropriately and for the best course of action. But usually, my own projection of goodness on the others causes me to miss their mistakes, which their mistakes wind up hurting me because, well, I'm acting innocently, and who knows what can pop out of my mouth at any time, and somebody might choose to run off with those ideas. And then I'm like, oh shit, I just meant shit that I didn't say to do it. And they're like, but I liked it. And I'm like, fuck it. I get in trouble for it or something like that happens, Like, I bite the bullet on the account. Like, darn it. It was my karmic responsibility technically, so you know what I'm saying? I gotta clean up the mess here. So I tend to try to be extra cautious. But I am jumping backwards a little bit, but bringing the past into the present and going back. If you were here when I had mentioned how God kind of showed up in a in this roller coaster like ride cart. He said, "Jump in." And it was a good kind of ride. It wasn't a bad roller coaster. It was a good one. Like you go to a theme park, you want to get on a good one. He'd been making them from the get go. And then I mentioned like he dropped me off. He's like, I'll pick you back up. I gotta go take care of some other people. That's a bit like the connection and the disconnection. When the spirit kind of drops you off and leaves you somewhere, as it's done with me, came back around, picked me up later, as said. Um, though when it happens, it's a bit of a disconnection, and I found that in that disconnection there is growth. You see, I was a Jehovah's Witness for 28 years of my life, born and raised. Here's what religion does: join us, be part of the close group, got you in. Now you're going to sing our tune every single day for the rest of your life. Got it? Check. And now that person is like fucking, that's who they are to the end of their life. Okay? Good or bad. And it could go both ways for the person. Good or bad. Who knows? Who knows? I learned, and this goes explicitly for people who have been moderators, and then all of a sudden you're not a moderator or whatever the case. I bring people in close, and I do just like what the Divine Father has done with me, and then I go ahead and let go. There's a process. There's a working. There's a bad pattern of religion that I'm very fucking aware of, and I will not repeat it. I don't care if I lose friends. I don't care what the fuck. I will not repeat those aspects. Fuck that mother shit. No, 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 no. Well, I'd rather follow the mother. Fuck that shit. So there are things that many people are not going to understand. Many people do or have taken personally, and they cannot comprehend, but it's something I'm very keenly aware of. And there's just tall tale markers, there's just things I can't explain it. It's not a bad thing, it's more like a sign of growth. I mean, in order for the Divine Father to pick you up and then drop me off, that meant he had to see that I grew to be able to survive that environment he's dropping me off in. I never fucking walked into that kind of neighborhood before. I never talked to that group of people. I'm from the ghetto, bro. I'm from somewhere else, bro. I've been oppressed, and you want me to step on over here? Well, you must there must be some confidence in the spirit that I'm going to survive this, that I can do this. And so, in that same kind of task and token, like, I tell you, everything that I do is nothing more than a pattern of what has been my life and what I've learned, and a very strong avoidance of the bad patterns, of the bad things, like the negative things. There's a positive way to go about doing things, and that's what I want my actions to lead to, and that's how I've been throughout my life. I'm gonna look at something, I'm gonna see how other people do it. I'm gonna say no, I don't like that, I don't like that, I don't like that. Bad reason, screw whatever. I don't like those things. Those things are just not my flavor of being, and so I'm gonna take those positive aspects. I probably got some other things I'm gonna mix in there, add that too, and I'm boom, I got my own kind of specialty, whether it be biscuits or muffins or art or a story or book or whatever the sort of case. My particular book that I wrote, and if you'd like a copy of it, you're more than welcome to send me an email. I'll put it in the chat log in a moment. Um, but this book does not particularly have chapters. It has a bit of a different layout than chapters, and like at the top here in the beginning, I put had matters, and at the top, I actually put the definition of matter: a circumstance or topic that is actively considered. So had matters, they were actively considered. uh, anyways, you can create anything the way you want. You don't have to follow the formats of people, but if you learn the blueprints of how other people formulated what they put together, then you can essentially readjust that blueprint and be like, you can try that out. Try that out. You can try different options. Every movie, every series, everything that's popularly successful, I can identify particular elements, particular archetypes. I can identify the main characters connected to 9 energies, 9 types, 9 main characters, 9 types. And I'm like, boom, yep, okay, I see the foundation, I see the core of their film. And then you can dress those up accordingly around those areas. Like, it all goes back to the original blueprint, and that's what everything was rewritten from. And to actively consider something to me means that I'm living it, I'm acting it out. I'm not just pretending. I'm giving this a real go. People are so worried about losing a friend. Look at the number of people in the world, compare it to how many people are within the radius of your proximity around the amount of friends you can have in this world. It's a pretty big number. If you want to hang out with more friends, it means not hanging out so much time with old friends. It's a life of progression, journey. Things do come back around, but in order to experience something new, you gotta take a journey, an expedition into the unknown a little bit. And there's safe ways to do that. There's good, safe ways to do that kind of journey, and that should always be, brought up. Uh, I would say, don't do what I did. There was one night. It was woods, and I ran into the middle of the woods as fast as I could. I didn't run into a single tree. It was pitch black at night. I couldn't see crikey nothing. I didn't trip. It was woods. It was thick woods. There's no cutting nothing down. I didn't run into a tree. I didn't fall down. And then I read somewhere about that being an actual experience that like old shamans would go through years in the past. And I was like, check. I'm not saying to do that. It's not a great idea. But I did see a scene somewhere also emulating that kind of a thing. Don't ask me where. I will be right back in about 45 seconds at the most. think I got under that time space. Come on, Mr. Coffee. You know, that's it. I'm gonna do. I got a business idea. Okay, so you know, there's Mr. Coffee, and like their coffee pots are always black. So I'm gonna come out with Mrs. Coffee, and then it's gonna have like a little cute little face on it or something, like I don't know, some little character, and they'll be like pink, like all kinds of like girl colors stuff, because it'll be Mrs. Coffee. It's not a real commercial. Those are just things I think about. Okay, look. So look like this. So then next to every McDonald's, right? Okay, I got this new business idea. It's gonna be for like like the medical marijuana, the legal weed, and it's gonna be called Strongholds. So it's gonna be McDonald's Strongholds. You get your Reaper, you get your burger. Boom. Something. You can make it any kind of shop, you know what I'm saying? You sell anything. I'm just being silly. I Smokey, you too. You said I see aliens when I go out in the woods out there. Smokey, are you still here? I do, I do got some words for you. What's up, Carlos? Ha ha ha, yo, what's up, fella? Yes, you two be doing that. Smokey, you're still here, okay. So, there, is that a bowl? I don't have a bowl, man. I need to get a bowl. I need to get a bowl, but I do got like the vapor. Okay, Smokey. Um, do when you say you see them, do they stay around for a while, or is it like a glancing view that you see them? I completely believe you that you see them. I'm just wondering about their time from your observance of your awareness of their physical presence to their departure. I'm curious if they're cool with you or if they're like, let me kind of dodge this guy. He's not cool yet. We're trying to fill him out. That was first you, Smokey. I'm just curious if I'm curious on your sightings, how long they stick around, or if you're able, if they stay longer or shorter of a time. Okay, Smokey. Here's what I would like you to do is, okay, number one, understand that this is uh. Here's what I would like you to do, bro. For you, I got something for you specifically. So essentially, Smokey, what's going on here is that when you see these individuals, uh, they're trying to connect with you, but not in a physical sense. They're trying to connect with you on a higher level, on a higher degree. Do you do any type of meditation work, Smokey? Do you do any kind of slow breathing or visualization techniques for any purposes whatsoever? Let me know in the chat log. I'm drinking coffee, Shiva. I'm typing in a mantra. I don't know why it put free MP3 download. I have no clue why it put that. But before and after the Ong Heru Oso Ra, Ong Shring Ring Ra, this learned and went over. If you see them again, what I would do is I would sit down and then I would start essentially saying this as softly as I could, um, almost almost romantically. Like I want to say this as kindly as I can, so that it's fully understood. Like that there is awareness and kindness, and essentially I'm in these words. You're acknowledging your higher self, and you're saying hello in a way that is like saying I'm self-aware, I'm intelligent, and you're speaking with words of power. These are actual words of power, sounds of power. uh, and it's more that they want to show you within your mind, but it's like an animal. Okay, if you approach an animal, like especially going out into the woods, Smoky, you would know that approaching an animal, generally speaking, they're going to flee. Yes, there are those other kind of moments where they come towards us, but generally speaking, an animal is going to flee from us. If we want an animal to approach us, we must stay still. We must exhibit calm. Even when there is a moment of disturbance, we must remain calm and not act in a state of fright, because our state of fright and our reaction along with that fright will be translated into emotion being felt by the animal fleeing, acting upon what we felt. And so, in that same kind of way of being still, in a meditation mode, in a slow breathing, uh, relaxing of oneself in that kind of a way, then that being is going to be like, they're calm. Perhaps I can communicate. If I tell you any being that can walk in the shadows and transform into other life and run off and be so mysterious as that, I'm quite sure telepathy was one of the base things they had to learn to get where they are. And being able to connect with that is meditation. It's exposing our heart for who we are, and that's why it's so important to do that shadow work, to look at one's own past memories, things they ignored, so that you're familiar with your own past. Because when you're communicating with another being, guess what? Your heart's wide open. On this kind of telepathic level, your heart is wide open, and they're going to come in, they're going to look, and they're going to ask questions. And essentially, it's not you having to answer those questions per se, but you're going to be hit with this energy flow. And if you've correctly looked at your past and understand and can accept everything that's happened to you in the past, then when they poke and prod at your past, when you're making that telepathic connection, which you're doing to them equally, I mean, even unknowingly, it's just happening. And in this mannerism, one can proceed forward and not have a catastrophic emotional or mental meltdown. That's why it's important to work on oneself first before trying to do all the other stuff. And that's why somebody using sacred scripture or some higher understanding and feeding you with it is the most stupidest mofo in the world. Now, if I wind up having some sort of kickback response and I'm all emotional about it, or the energy's behind it or whatever, that's because I told you once. I told that person twice. God damn it, I hate saying it a second time, but I'm trying to help this motherfucker, so I'll say it a third time in a whole nother way. Oh, so I just get frustrated in those moments. But knowing where your own shortcomings are allows you to be absent from the moment. And sometimes, as much as I talk about being present, if you're not feeling good, it's good to be absent because then nothing bad's going to happen except in your own space, and that means you didn't hurt nobody else and you didn't mistreat yourself. You broke a thing of yours or two, it's okay, you can replace it or whatever. That's a lot better than anything else going on. Truly, truly understanding that, like, we want to be this dude all the time, right? But usually, what winds up winning the fucking situation is this motherfucker. And the reality is we're just this curious little weird motherfucker walking through the world, just like, man, I don't know how to navigate this shit. Just trying to show this face. Really, this face. Toys, I tell you what, man. You look at the walls of the Egyptian stuff and all the meanings and the flowers and the lotuses. And if you didn't know, with the ancient Egyptians, and it goes to a lot of other cultures as well, a lotus flower, it blooms when the sun comes out. That's when the bloom opens up, and when the sun goes down, the bloom closes up every single day. This is what happens. It opens with the sun and it closes up at night when the sun goes away. And so the lotus flower is related to our chakras and our ability to open them with our sunshine, with our chi, with our energy on a regular basis, just like the sun has a rhythm going up and down, so we are awakened and are able to go to sleep. And so we also have that same cycle as well. Respecting that allows us to not work ourselves continuously until we're hurting ourselves. We'll understand that there's a time of rest, there's a time to chill out, regardless. And yeah, sometimes, things call for an extra measure of whatever, and we miss a night or two of rest, but at least for myself, I catch up on that sleep. I tell you what, if I have to sleep 12 hours straight, find the day to do it, I certainly will. Coffee, in case you're wondering. Just have coffee. I certainly do. I've been feeling like a kid a whole lot. To be honest with you, I just play. That's what I like to do. Hey, I'm very far gone. I got beyond the moon and beyond Mars, a whole lot of other places that no one ever got to. And then I got inside of a black hole and I was like, holy shnikes, check this shit out. And nobody could hear me because I was inside past the event horizon. So to be able to get out, well, I had to learn how to talk a whole nother language. So when I started paying attention to nature, and I was like, holy crikey, sticks and stones. Got some power in them mugs. Quartz crystal, little copper wire. You get that piezoelectric effect. You start getting a pulse, 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 pulse. And then, oh, you've been sitting there for a while. I ain't moved them for days. No, not my sword. Do it. It's my staff. Yeah, I got a real staff. See? Look. See these quartz crystals right here? Right there? This one, that one. I got quartz crystals going all the way around the thing. And what happens when you put a lot of pressure on a quartz crystal is it emits a pulse. Pop, 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 pop. So I have a focus of a ring and then like a connecting point. Like the ring goes like this, but then there's a connection point with a tiny space in between. Just a tiny space in between these two crystals. See if I show you real good. See. And move that. There. So literally it emits energy. With the correct device, you can actually measure and see the energy popping off. It's not connected to nothing. I went so far gone. I went motherfucking interdimensional. I started picking up shit in the air, and then people were like, no, that's not there. Because there's secrets being shared out there, and your whole body can pick up anything. In the every dimensional reality there is, you can actually tune into the reception of what's going on. You can actually attune the body to AM, FM frequencies and bring it in. There's actually a true story of this happening. A kid would just start talking motherfucking Spanish out of nowhere, and a person would be like, "This dude speaks Spanish?" Be like, no, turn the radio station. They turn the radio station, and it'd be some blah, blah, and that's exactly what the kid was saying. Real shit. Depending on the mind, the age, the connected point, how developed the mind is, how much it's actually evolved. Evolved, yes, our brains evolve. We evolve, we change as we have different aspects. Let me put it like this: the deer, okay, deer, doe, that the one, the male, right? They got like these huge ass motherfucking antlers. At this point, and I don't know how things are within the past few years, but I watched this documentary. It was a few years ago, and they were astonished by the size of the antlers that the deer were getting. They were like, "This is fucking crazy!" Like, it's getting to the point where the deer's body is suffering because the antlers are so huge. Okay, they investigated the whole evolutionary reason why the antlers got bigger was because the bigger antlers got to fuck the chick. That was it. It got to the point where it literally hurt their body. But in what they fucking aimed at what they cared at the most in the whole species, that's what they all fucking grew into. That's what they focused into. That's what they became. Good or not. And so, as we focus our mind and develop our awareness, our heart and our mind is going to increase. The next generations coming up, new generations alive right now, the next wave of individuals Their brains are so tapped in, so aware, and they're trying to strike a balance so fast between their world of reality, of what they're actually connected to, and the world we've created on this earth for them to walk into. It is not suited for them just yet to be able to walk smoothly. And that's what we're trying to do. The teachers are trying to catch up, get ahead so that they know what to teach for the children. That's what helps them move forward, is knowing they have someone stable who's going to instill in them those qualities of stability so that they can survive on their journey like we can survive on our journey and be like, you know what, fuck it. That job's no good for me. Those people are mean to me. They're bad. I come home angry every day. I go to work angry every day. It's because of that environment. That's an unhealthy environment. You know what? I can make it. Whatever it is, I'll fucking pray my way through, or I'll work my way through figuring something else out. But I cannot grab a hold of God while I am filthy with this demonic, fouled out human shithole. I got to let go of one, get cleaned up, and connect with another. Whether it be a culture, a society, a divinity, a way of thinking, a change of life, in order to shake things up, that's what is truly required. And that comes down to you making a decision. And I don't care if you're a man or a woman, I don't care what you got on your body or however you classify yourself on this regard. But to me, being a man means making a decision and standing by that through the choices that one makes every single day is going to support that decision. It takes an iron will to make a decision. And I'll say it true. I've done it only once. This only happened to me once. But one time I did make a decision and I did not like the results of my choices. So I said, all right, I'm going to unmake this. I didn't say I'm going to unmake this decision. I said my next decision is to go back to the way I think, what, not doing this thing. That's my new decision, is not doing this. And so I stopped doing that. Boom, my decision was to stop that process because I didn't like the results. You can change what you're doing if you don't like the results. You don't have to stay stuck to one pattern. Stuck to one pattern is essentially eventually failure because in some way and somehow it comes to bite our ass. But I've found success in avoiding patterns, creating patterns, and then walking away from those patterns, and people going, "What the? That was successful. He could have took that to the moon. He walked away from it." Yeah, because I wasn't actually heading over that way. You see what I could do if I just tried a little bit? Imagine what I'm up to, what I've been up to, that you haven't even looked at. Can your mind work that much? If it does, yo, you're gonna come chat with me. We gonna, I'll share a whole bunch. There's a way to find your friends and your allies. And I'm telling you, love that is true must be proven. I'm not talking about love of like, but love, man, like a friend. Do they have love in them? Because if they have love in them, then when the chips are down, love is going to bite my ass. Well, I'd rather get bit by love. It's going to feel a lot softer than a bite from a motherfucker with vengeance in his heart. You know what I'm saying? And so through life, I find that love that is true, it's really got to be proved. It's got to hold up under the pressure. It's got to hold up under the weight. I got my necklaces and stuff and whatnot, and I'll keep you up to date, man. I had a couple of necklaces and they were loose and stuff, and they were just kind of like not fitting well or whatever the freaking case. And last night I'm just like, you know what? I don't know. These ones I'm just not feeling. And just I've been okay with them for a few days, but I'm not feeling them. So like, boom, like I snapped a couple of them off. I'll fix them up. Maybe they'll be part of a necklace. Maybe they'll be a bracelet. Maybe they'll go back as around the neck. See how that goes. That one just look at the ring on that and just happened to do that. I didn't do that at all. Just I picked it up. See that ring at the bottom? Ain't that something interesting as hoot? I think I'm just gonna hang that up somewhere right now. Leave it hanging. I could do it. Hold on. Hold on. I want to. I want to try it. I got it. Shadow Aura 89. Your energy is almost the polar opposite of the last stream I watched of yours. Hey, mister, I change things up all the time. That's just myself. I get tired of being one way all the time, and then I'm just like, I don't know, just no. I, people expect something to stay the same all the time, and I've got used to change. Rapid change. Has things been the same way too long? Fucking shit, I gotta change it up. I don't know. What do I gotta do different? I don't care. I'm just gonna do something. I'll access my inner child. I'll let them free. I'll let them play in the world. Come with me or not. Okay, look. It's kind of funny because I'm like, come with me or not. And then I think about, and then in that very moment, what I see is the moon. And then my very next thought is the same thought many of us have had, and that is, it'd be really cool if there was like a ladder or some kind of system that like connected to the earth and went all the way to outer space, right? And then like you think about the moon and it doesn't rotate around the earth, it stays fixed in like that position going around the world. And I'm like, is there some kind of invisible interdimensional like ladder, Jacob's ladder, right? We talk about Jacob's ladder all the fucking time. Is there some type of like fucking like thing going up and we go to the moon first and the moon connects with the sun. See, the moon is like not an active energy, it's a dormant kind of energy, but the energy still exists. But then the sun is like an active fucking energy. So, like, they're both satellites, so both have their own civilizations inside. And one is putting out the solar force. And to me, that's heaven, because who the fuck could get in through that heat shield, man? I think that's why humans are trying to send satellites in the sun and shit to be like, can we penetrate this material? Is there a way we could get into it? Just the same way they've been sending crafts up to the moon and around the dark side. Be like, is there a way we could get in? Because they fucking know something's inside. Hey man, I'm just playing my imagination or not. Is it just a show? I don't know, but I like to go. Keep them guessing. Always keep them guessing. Okay, seriously though, it's the words of power. The words of power truly allow you to change your chakra focus. What do I mean by chakra focus? Okay, number one, you turn on all your chakras, okay? Then after you turn on all your chakras, then you essentially align, like, they're aligned, but you like focus their energy like into a single laser beam, okay? And I'm going there. I don't care, I'm going there. And then you have the construct of like Star Wars, and this is where each Jedi or being would have a different color of their saber, because that is the chakra that all their other chakras are turned on and aligned to focus upon. Rather it be the root chakra, the red one, the green heart, the heart chakra, or the light blue chakra, the throat chakra. So I need to speak words of power in order to change my gear system, okay? If the alignment of my chakras allow me to focus upon a different specific energy, then that's like a sports car being able to shift between gears. So when I need to go fast or slow, or depending what I'm doing, I can adjust my flow to the track of life, to the course of the river flow. That's your vehicle, don't you know? And so that's essentially by being able to change your gear system, you can adapt to life just like this mofo, and you can like always be the person. And people are like, how are they still standing? Everybody fell. The freaking earthquake happened. How did they stand still? Because they never stood still. They were dancing with the energy flow of the ground. It just was an illusion that they were standing still. Might Sleek 49 said, when I was a kid, my grandmother used to scare me with people like you. I hope you're still here, bro. Sis, I'm telling you. I told you, I told you, I told you. Oh my gosh. Whether your reaction was to be scared, surprised, shocked, or anything else, she was bringing individuals so that your soul could meet the vast family that it has on this world. More that your soul, that your heart recognized, more than your physical eyes ever saw. So it allowed you to be aware of who was family, who was friend, versus who was foe. And all those people who look scary, they were dressed up for Halloween, bro. They were dressed up. They were living that life. And that's how we dress to scare away the bullies, whether they be immaterial spirits connected to people sending bad energy, or whether they be spirits from a bad, unknown source altogether. That's why we dress up at Halloween, right? Scare away the bad spirits so that we can enjoy the next evening, night with our dear deceased relatives, and there's no bad spirits around to bother our conversing and coming together. That you must have some really awesome memories, and you must have met some really really interesting characters. And when I say characters, I mean people who had character. I mean authentic, pure, just character of themselves. Oh, you must have some wonderful memories. Am I fasting? I'm not technically fasting. When I'm on the live, generally it's for like 5 hours minimum, at least at this point. Generally speaking, on this kind of day-to-day dealio that I've been doing for a bit. And so during this time, I'm not generally eating. It's kind of like disrespectful for me to be eating. Like, but I do drink plenty of my coffee, and afterwards, I do like to get food into my belly. So, I've fasted enough in my life. I've done a 40-day fast. Um, I've done from solid food. I drank liquids, drinks. If it was liquid, then I drank it. If it, I didn't consume solids during the 40-day fast. And during the 4-day fast, it was 3 day. I think I did 4 days. Did it for an extra day, but I did at least 3 days solid, guaranteed. If not a full four, was completely from water and food, which is not what I recommend. A proper fasting, your body's still allowed to intake nutrients. The fasting is about getting the bad stuff out of you. So there are positive things like maple syrup is a positive thing to have during a fast. Maple syrup is both sweet, but it has particular nutrients that the body requires. Um, Things like such as Himalayan salt, the pink salt, has 84 vital nutrients that the body requires. So to get that down into a powder and have it dissolved in water, during the fast, this would not be a bad thing to add into like a cayenne pepper and lemon mixture, and so that's gonna both shrink the stomach, and provide nutrients so that the body's not just completely going on zero. I did the unhealthy route, completely unhealthy route before I found out, hey, nutrition is a thing and there's safe ways to do fasting. And so at this point in my life, I fasted way too much. I was anorexic from the age of 10 to 28, um, and unknowingly, but knowingly, but like I had that issue, and I've starved my body enough, so I don't care to fast. To be honest, other people are like, "It's the season to fast. Are you fasting?" And I'm like, "Psh, I did damage to my body. I fasted so much, so I don't need to fast. I need to put on muscle and work. Anyways." And there are times when the spirit is just like, screw you, you're fasting. And even if I have money or not, I don't have a way to get to food. It happens from time to time. So, yeah, when that happens, I don't fight against it. Any question, I really usually have way more than one just perspective and answer. How do you stay positive after the death of a loved one? Jaybird 8112101. I hope you're still here. So my mother passed away. Um, I'm gonna go ahead and hit this a couple times before I start answering that one. Okay. All right. Now, number one, I ain't no pansy ass hypocritical motherfucker. Not me. I ain't no quitter. I'll take on a damn challenge and run my head up against the wall 3 times before I quit on it. At least that's how I used to be. Now, I know shit a little bit better and I've seen patterns, and nowadays I'll run up to the wall and I'll be like, I'm going this way. There's actually a path I can go this way. That's not the end of the road. And I will change my direction. And people will be like, why the fuck did you just take a left in life? And I'm like, there's no way I can explain it to you. Either follow or complain all by yourself. Because I ain't going to be around to listen to your complaints. Fuck that shit. I'm not a negative person. I'm not a complainer. If I want something to be better, I'm not going to tell you something about it. I'm not going to complain about it. I'm going to bust my ass and I'm going to make a difference. If I don't care to bust my ass to make the difference, then I don't care enough to run my fucking mouth about whoever else isn't making a difference. That's just the way I live my life. That's just the way I've lived it for years. Takes a whole bunch of bullshit out the way and allows me to either put up or shut up, regardless of what people are doing around me. Staying positive. When a loved one passed on. So my mother, she passed on. Okay. Years later, my two daughters passed on. About 10 years later, after that, my two daughters passed away. Car accident for them. They were both in the same vehicle. It was a car accident, and my mom was brain cancer. But I mean, it wasn't the cancer; it was the treatment. It was that rapid, evasive treatment. Anyways, my mom was my best friend, okay? Before I got married to my ex-wife, mother of my daughter, my passed on daughters, I told her, I said, look, if me and you, I said, if my mom is not in the picture, me and you are nothing. I told her that before we got together. She said, okay, she understood that and everything. I was like, all right. And when my mom passed away, essentially my whole life crumbled around me. Nobody wanted anything to do with me anymore. I was hardcore raging, do the Jehovah's Witness religion thing. The only reason why I did that was because my mom was into it and I wanted to support her and didn't want to cause a bad deal in her life. And so when she passed away, I could give a fuck less about the fucking religion. I don't give a shit about no fucking religion. I'll walk my own goddamn life. Thank you very fucking much. And so after my mom passed on, my whole life went topsy turvy because I'm like, I'm not bound anymore. And I did that for my mom. And embraced it wholeheartedly and completely, and didn't feel bad about it or anything. Um, but uh, but after she passed on, like before she passed on, I discovered who Rosemary was beyond just my mom. Like, you gotta understand, like, she was my best friend. She was my best friend. And I had a couple best friends before that in life, and like, that's pretty big. Just. And she passed away. She was really my defender. The people playing mind games and tricks and shit I didn't know about. She stomped that shit out, man. For my marriage, for everything, for my whole life. That's how she was. And when she passed away, my life it did do, and nobody wanted to have shit to do with me afterwards. It seemed like, and I couldn't blame a single person for it either. I could not hold a single person guilty for their actions, how they felt towards me at all. And I knew I was on a course I couldn't exactly control, but I could survive. Like, hold on, motherfucker. Like, that's all I could do. And so I spent the next 2 to 3 years remembering everything about my mom as I paid attention to her in my life. I spent the next 2, 3 years remembering everything, the good, the bad, the ugly, every single aspect of her life, of my life, of us hanging out, of all of it. Before we learned how to talk well and after we learned how to talk well, all of it. And and then I started embodying all the qualities, all the positive qualities that I remembered, all the positive aspects. I start saying, okay, that's going to be a part of my life. That's going to be a part of my life. That's going to be a part of my life. Some way, somehow, that's going to be a part of my life. That's going to be different things here and there. I left the bad stuff, the unpolished stuff. I've polished it. If I wanted to keep it, then I polished it off, made it nice, rearranged it, however, so it fit my kind of drive a little bit better. Because my mom was a damn good mother, and I felt like my mom more people needed to learn from my mom, and the only way that could happen was if I became her. But that means I remember who I am the whole time. I can't lose myself in her, but I can create a synthesis of her and I, and that's exactly what I did. And by embodying her and sharing who my mother is, sharing who Rosemary is with the world on a regular daily basis, shoot. I was doing it before with just anybody I interact with, but at this point in my life, on here and everything, speaking with you and sharing and everything and so on, like, that's massive on being able to pass on that goodness. And so I'm so focused on passing on that, I ignore a lot of the bad shit real easy. And then I find people who don't like that bad shit. And they're like, I see them in their authentic self. And I'm like, boom, buddy, yeah? Okay, come on. And and then they do their thing, I do my thing. And like the world's a better place for both of us and anybody coming around our space. So, and that's my approach. Um, by looking in the mirror and like recognizing them every day, it's a big reality to understand that you'll never get rid of the pain of that one being gone. It's something that you hold every day. It's an unlimited amount of energy. See, people talk about being vampiric with emotions and that kind of stuff and energy. But like if you have a loved one that passed away, then you have unlimited energy. Okay, it's coming in bad as sadness, okay? But through alchemy, you can transmute this energy into good, positivity, into love. And then you can choose where to unleash this goodness, whether it be a good deed, a hospitality act, something out of the blue, something planned, whatever the case, something special for yourself. I mentioned it to other people, a lot of times there's a lot of physical energy attached with that kind of emotion. And so I'll save that up, I'll store that up day after day, I'll store that up, clean it up, make sure it's love, continually support it as loving energy. And I know I'm holding on to it, I've got to express it. I can't just continually intake this memory every day. So then I find somebody who needs some yard work done or a job done or whatever. And then you know what? I'm not just working for fucking whatever they're paying me an hour for the gig or for the job. I'm unleashing that energy that I've had stored up, but it's loving, good energy. So I'm using it to clean, I'm using it to build, I'm using it to help somebody else. And then everybody's like, damn, you did so much work. And you're like, have a good, take care, bro. Because you're satisfied. You're satisfied in getting that energy out of you and not having done bad things with that energy, done something constructive. Somebody benefited. This is like a 3 for or a 4 for. We blessed humans, we blessed spirits, we took care of ourselves. We did a magical alchemy kind of transformation. Holy kicks, let's keep. And usually after that, it's a good, nice, long break saying, you know what, I don't care to do anything like that for a while. I'm going to kick back and I got a lot of other stuff to learn from that I've already lived through in life. Let me look at my past a little bit. I'll take one thing at a time. And in slowing down our lives, we start learning how to use less. What do I mean by use less? I mean be less of a burden on our neighbor for production and less of a burden on our planet, on our mother, for all that she creates and renews every day, and how much we continually take and just never give her the break that she needs. And so, in us slowing down in life, We can smell the flowers per se, and we can give the world an ability to catch up and heal up. We don't need to do nothing special to our environment. We just need to stop taxing the damn land. We steal from the ground and then we say $49.95. Thank you, sir. In one form or another, transform the tree, the metal, or whatever. Destroy what you need to, get the core of what you need, and you know what I'm saying. Sadly enough, you know. So that's what us slowing down can do is a benefit. You see, the world is a supply and demand, okay? The rich, wealthy at the top, the factories, the productions, they're ultimately doing what we need. Do we want more toilet paper and paper towels? Do we want more fruit or apples? Guess what? What we don't buy and what we say we do want to buy, that's what the market produces. If a lot of people need a whole lot of stuff all of a sudden, well, then they start producing more for that group of people where they are. They start shipping stuff over there, whatever part of the world they can do this and do this. But if we start slowing down, then we require less. There's a slower production, a slower need, a focus on what's more healthy for us. We can change our environment of supply and demand by what we supply and demand. But that's to each one their own. I'm not telling nobody to change how they live or nothing like that, out of tune or out of whack. Um, these are just things that my life has experienced and went through in many ways, in many forms, and having less is having less material is having more peace. The more material things I have, the more maintenance I need to do, the more upkeep I need to perform, the more video surveillance, the more attention it requires of my life, the more I have to keep taking care of that object. And so truly the less material we have is the more peace we actually attain. Because then we ain't worried about all them freaking things here and there and there and here and that breaking and that breaking. I'm gonna say every single electronic device I wind up getting, I don't care what it is. It could be a new game system, new TV, new phone, new anything. So it's been from the very beginning all the way up until today. I can't remember one that I haven't really kind of had an issue. But it seems like anything new I get on that level, it's always got a problem in it, man. A frustration. It's like, dang it. Getting stuck at that point. And then once you learn it, it's a smooth operation after that. So usually whenever I went in to buy things electronically in the past, I'll ask somebody, what's a common problem people have with this thing? Sometimes it could be that easy. You find out what the little problem is up front. Boom, that's a trick. Thank you, sir. And then, you have that problem. You're like, click, click, boom. Move right past it. Fluid, no frustration, no nothing. You knew it was coming. I think they should have like a common kind of troubleshooting tips and tricks with any electronic device you get. Maybe they already do. Who knows? They got all sorts of cool things. Somebody had actually I did not have a great phone, and the video quality was very poor. And they actually sent me a phone um, that connected with me on one website, and then they sent me a phone, and I connected to the old phone to the new phone. And before, you'd have to go into like the store so they could make the information transfer and everything. And this one was like, just click this button here, and now on the other phone, go do this and this and this and click that. And I did this and this and this, and I clicked that. I put them next to each other, and then like it just transferred everything. And I was like, This is great. So they've really taken a lot of the bugs and kinks out of things. Um, but that's the continual development of life. That's the journey. That's the never-ending story. You know, if you got a story that has an ending, well, dang it, I won't mind to keep going on. So you got to give you got I leave room for some leeway to my plans or dreams or some way they could keep going. I don't know. I might not see it all, but what do they say? Ignorance is bliss. Mm, sometimes I've observed a lot of times that ignorance leading to bliss eventually leads to a calamity that I just don't care to stick around for. So generally, I like to be aware of my circumstances, environment, and all of that. Ooh, slumbering sin. Okay, great. I had something pulled up. You said I have read the Hava Mail before. I got something pulled up. Uh, we're gonna come back. That's gonna be the next main thing. Um, some Norse there. And then I don't know if this was directed at me or at something I was talking about, but this is why I laughed. And so I'm just going to share because I'm just having fun with it. So I don't mean no bad to the person who made the comment or anything. And personally, I think it was kind of funny. But Adela Wadi 4235 said, I seek refuge in God from Satan, the accursed. He is one of Satan's servants. Roar! I will come get you. Oh, beware of my evil energy. I told one lady I got real bad, and I said I'm a bad person. I said it real angry too, like as angry as I could. She literally bent over and folded over, laughing at me because she knew me every single day. She saw me every single day, being mean, mad, being done wrong to, and all sorts of other shit she put me through that I had no clue she was aware of what she was, and she yeah, so that's why I laughed at your comment. Absolutely agreed with that comment, Kirkby. Okay, now I'm just sharing. Now I agree with you. I'm not denying what you've seen. Dennis Wolf, um, talking about when people are told when they die and it happening earlier or on time or whatever. So essentially, death showed up to me, and they sat on this bench, and I had a multi-hour long conversation with them, and they really liked me, and they were like, when they first showed up, they showed me my death, but by the time they left, like, I kind of didn't know it, but I did know it, and they were like, I really like you, so I'd rather not come back around. So that event didn't happen. Like, I moved out of that area where that was seen in my mind to happen, and then and then I had moved places completely, like states, completely another area, was away for a good long while, and I saw my ending like over there, and then things changed. I wound up moving away from that place, and I've never tried to run away from what I saw in my mind and what I perceived as the future. I became aware of circumstances, and I did allow certain things to make me aware of who I was hanging around and how their influences would impact my life. You know, more than a physical death, it could be a mental death or an emotional death. And that kind of death, you could physically be kicking, but you're not doing nothing. Nothing creative, nothing motivating, just normal 9 to 5 grind. That's death in of itself, in my eyes, for my own life, for me. Not putting that on anybody else, but we all have our places. And hey, I used to do the 9 to 5 grind. I used to do that. I worked the multiple hours. I pulled more than 8 hours a week on this back to back to back to back to get my mom out of debt back in the day, and on and beyond. And so certainly, and I'd be at those places, and my body would be so used to everything going on, it'd be automatic, and I'd be off in space. In my mind, I'd be thinking about something celestial and divine. I'd be somewhere else. My body would be that place. My mind, my soul was somewhere else. So definitely for each one where they are, not saying that something is wrong, or not necessarily the place for you, but environment and how you feel where you are is definitely a massive part of aligning one's energy. And this is a reality on the divine side in life, okay? There's the construct that the beggars cannot be choosers. It's the biggest farce of shit in the world. Alright, we're being spiritual here though. So, in life, if you see something that's unhealthy, I'll personalize completely. You apply as you'd like or not. In life, I became very aware that the spirit, that the divine father and mother, that all of that is listening. The elements, they're listening 24/7. They're listening through the phone. They're looking through the lights. They are the wind. They are the fire. They are the very elements in existence, man. We cannot exist without their life in us. So, like, they're always aware. So then I started paying attention to those who were around me and the bad things that were happening, and I was like, you know what? I don't care what the advantage is that I'm getting in the moment, whether that be a roof over my head, food in my stomach, safety and security, or anything else for that matter. But if there's bad events that are going to be hitting me from this individual, then I just want nothing. I'm going to walk my own walk. I'm going to live my own life, but I'm going to say no to this option in life. And the divine spirit, they would offer me like the same thing time and time again. Like, you sure you don't want it? You sure you don't want it? How about now? Do you want it now? And I constantly like, no, I don't want that. And so I would start looking up what I do want. I would start writing about what I do want. I would start talking about what I do want. And like kind of the next step into the direction of what I wanted would crop up. I'm not saying I would attain that great ultimate vision or whatever construct or whatever I was thinking about right away. I'm not saying that. But I would start like the universe would start putting things in front of me and be like this? And I'd be like, yeah, 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 like that. Like this? Like, no, 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 not like that. This is actually learning how to speak a divine language. Your actions and knowing that the universe hears you, whether you want to put it as divine father, divine mother, divine family, God, what, science, quantum, doesn't matter. It's watching. We are being watched. Here's proof of that observation. When you pay attention to something, you affect its future. Has something not been watching us very specifically since like the 50s, the 40s, or the 50s, and we started taking this technological boom, 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 boom to where we're like Star Trek with like freaking tricorders in our hands and shit? Somebody's been watching us. Something progressed our acceleration of awareness. And if I was an advanced civilization, I'd want to talk with this motherfucker's heart before I ever showed up in the flesh. I'd want to see that they could hear me beyond something physical. I want to see that they're actually intelligent with more senses than what I started out with as a kid. You know what I'm saying? They stopped off in the past and they met a lot of tribes and they shared their technology, and somewhere down the line, either they took off or they just started blending in better. I'll be right back. Coffee is running through me. Ooh, It says, somebody left a comment. I've got something to move on to, but somebody put a comment in there. They said, "Who do you pray to?" I pray to all of them. All of them. Well, I can't say all of them, but I find that diversity leads to unity. The body does not look entirely the same nor have the same function. The fingers do not have nor look like the eyeball. If we were to take a finger and an eyeball and put them on a plate and table with nothing else attached to them, we could make a distinction of what they belong to of the same body, but they would have no exact same correlation of being. I mean, not at eye, first glance. They would seem completely different. Different skin, a hard coating of a nail, soft, tender, squishy elements, but the same body. So diversity does not mean contradiction when one can see that there is a body that is being put together. There was something that was united once in the ancient past, and it was separated, and the world lost its understanding. We've been stuck on stupid, and we started technologically advancing a little bit ago, like really fast, but we left behind our morals somehow. We decided if we create a robot system that we could keep making the same stupid mistakes. We must elevate one with the other together, not separate or independent, but that is an interdependent cooperation kind of a thing. Mind is going to direct the eye and the finger. You need a brain to connect the eyes and the fingers and the rest of the body. So who do I pray to? Shoot, the list is extensive. um, but there's about 80 plus aspects of energies that I can recognize. To me, a god would be more of a resonance and energy of frequency, and that individual was able to harmonize with that frequency, with that energy, be it a literal electrical current or whether it be an essence or whatever it be. They were a master with that ability, and so they could embody that frequency to the best. That's why they're remembered for all time in that form. And there are various aspects of people in different regions of the world embodying the same energy and the same essence, but with different names and qualities and looks. And so, in this form, I see as it is more of a resonance to learn how to emulate, thus become and live as it authentically, so that I can adapt with my environment just that they did with theirs. Because I'm quite sure if there were this one residence, there was much more that they were able to do and become through alchemy to create that embodiment, to become that embodiment of that persona. And so, like, I have from Egyptian hieroglyphics to Norse to Korean, ancient Japanese, to Sumerian, and life, all of it. There's some evil shit I don't fuck around with. I don't mess with voodoo at all. Like, I could clear that energy out. I could negate it. I can cancel its vibration. Um, but I work with hoodoo versus voodoo. Voodoo would be like the bad stuff, and hoodoo would be like the good stuff. So I more so fuck with the good stuff on that end of things. The bad stuff I wind up healing more so than hurting, harming, attacking, or killing. Like I mentioned about hunting demons, but that hunting of demon is more like finding a distressed soul and soothing them more than hunting something bad down and harming it. Uh, Truly. Somebody mentioned about way earlier, somebody made the comment about like, who did YouTube, whose house did YouTube drop me off at? Something in that regard. I might have said it completely wrong, but that's how my mind really grabbed that moment. Um, and this goes back to Norse, to Gestarbadr, wise counsel for guests, friends, and travelers, and the tales of Odin's love adventures. At every doorway before you walk inside, you should look around and look well, because you never know if unfriendly people are already sitting within. Hail to the givers, good health. A guest has come in. Where will he sit down? Those who come to your hall are in haste to find a warm place. Those who use swords to prove their strength are hasty too. Those who have wandered long in the cold, frozen to their knees. Warmth is the foremost thing they need. Meat and dry clothes the traveler has to have who has come from over the mountain. Water, a dry towel, and a welcome greeting should every guest find who comes for a meal. And guests, if they would win welcomed again, should know when to use good words and when to use silence. You need to be very clever when you wander this world. Home is a place of ease, however. If you don't have wisdom, don't sit among the wise. They'll just wink at you and make jokes at your expense. If you have a keen mind, it's best not to boast about it. Keep that close to your chest. Two people seldom come to grief, the wise, and the silent, as they go among people at home or about. You can't find a more faithful friend than good sense. If you're a cautious guest sitting at the table, just speak less and open your ears more. With your eyes, just see. With your ears, just hear. This is how wise people find out things. The man is happy and lucky if he has won praises and good, easy words. No one has it easy if they must rely on what is inside the breast of another person. That man is happy and lucky if he owns wisdom in his life and a good, well earned reputation. For bad advice or ill ways of living, too often a man gets from the heart of another. If you're going to be on the roads of this world, the best burden you can carry is wisdom. A shrewd mind is better than wealth. When you're lost in unknown places, it's a refuge from woe. And if you're going to be wandering the roads of this world, the best burden you can carry is wisdom. The worst food you can have for your journey is to be drunk all the time on ale. Now, there's less good in drinking ale than people say for the sons and daughters of men, for I know that the more people drink, the less they have of their own minds and spirits. There is a bird of forgetfulness that flies over any place where people are drinking much. It steals the wits of men and women. The bird's feathers had me well chained and bound up when I lay in the house of Gunlord deep below. I was drunk, so drunk that my wits were dead. In the hall of the wise and cunning giant Fjalar, you drink best when you go easy, and you can get your wits back quickly. The child of a noble family should be thoughtful and quiet, and daring in every conflict they encounter. Glad and happy should every person go. until the day of their death arrives. Non-daring people think they will live forever if they manage to avoid strife, but old age will give no peace even if the spears is due. Fools gape when they come to their friends and they mumble to themselves or mope. But if they get a drink in their hands and swallow it down, their minds are suddenly known to everyone. Only a person who has wandered wide and fared far into the world really has the power to know the minds owned by other people, who is wise of head and heart. Now don't cling to the mead cup, only drink your measure. Say needful things or say nothing at all. No one will call you rude if you seek your rest early. I've been going to bed really early. Like really, really early. Like 5 p.m., 5, 6 p.m. early. So I can wake up early enough in the morning and make sure I still get my sleep. Sleep's important. I feel a lot like I don't want to sleep so much. I'd rather stay up. But there's another big portion of me where I spent many years, man, not being able to sleep because of whatever place or waking up with the sun because, I'm sleeping outside or something. And so I really do appreciate my sleep. And being able to get your full 8 hours of sleep is very important to the physical body to be able to do what it does. Um, a lot of times using spiritual energy, if you've done spiritual work, you could have been standing around doing nothing. You could have been sitting there and you did spiritual work you didn't know you did. And all of a sudden your body is zonked. It's completely zapped of energy. Completely zapped of energy. Now, there are some kind of like health things that can cause that kind of, depending what you're eating and your own, all that kind of, but I'm speaking on a spiritual level of things. And there are moments where there is no perceivable explanation for the loss of energy to where we feel like we need to eat and recover strength or sleep or so forth and so on. And that's because our spirit actually did a large amount of work and that used resources of the physical body. And so replacing that sustenance or making sure that we get the appropriate amount of sleep is massive to maintaining a spiritual, a shamanic way of life with with some type of balance of not kind of tanking on the deep end at any point, but being able to keep it a good constant flow to some degree. Hmm. So, there, so essentially there was a few different people that were also commenting and stating that they've just been sleeping a lot as well and haven't been able to be like motivated to do much else. Um, if I'm not mistaken, it seemed like it could have kind of been mixed. Like some people are kind of going through that, while at least one other, if not a couple others, that seem to be just it's been a regular part of their life for a good long while now. About 3 months. Okay. Okay, then slumbering sin and others who have been on that kind of vibe for the past 3 months, uh, I was just going to say it plainly. We're connected to a very, to a singular energy, to a particular frequency. We're connected to that frequency. We're kind of like on that vibe of things. And I've been here at this kind of juncture in my life before, and I will notice where my behaviors can change that for everybody, and it's just an effect of what happens by that. So I've been feeling the urge and motivated to kind of change the frequency and the energetical, the spiritual atmosphere for a little bit now. I feel like I've got the rest that I needed to get. Um, and it's connected with the Divine Mother. There's a lot of explanation to all that. And I noticed in changing things, things in the world change. There was a time when I was speeding up time, and things were just going all sorts of fast. And I was working at a metaphysical shop at this particular juncture in time, and people showed up in the shop, and I'd tell them, and then I'd be very direct, and they'd be like, "Yeah, time has like things have sped up, like it's been interesting," and I would be like, "Yeah, it's been like I would say the time span from the moment it was to when it started," and they'd be like, "How did you know?" And I'd be like, "Because I told you, I started reading the words of power. I started it up. It's learning how to send out pulses into this world, and then elements just naturally like gravitate to us. That's what I find for the embodiment of the gods, of the divine beings, was finding a human who could be an archetype individual who could hold that energy, not necessarily like administer, not in any way physically administer that like aspect in the world or whatever. I'm not saying they should destroy or like be all powerful, and nobody should be like that, but we have that ability to like help or bring that awareness or bring that technology into this where we can actually hold that energy and hold that resonance. And in doing that, it's kind of like being the seven pillars of life. What we've been dealing with has been seven regular pillars that have held up like error. Call it the seven deadly sins. I like to call it the seven deadly errors of life. The deadly errors. They are habits of life. They cause death in one form or another. Mhm. Let's take down those pillars and erect some really positive ones. And that requires individuals to hold that energy. Not that they're somebody special or anything of that regard amongst humanity, but that they can resonate that and provide that stability, that balance. Our world has energy flowing all over it. There's currents in our atmosphere. They measure these things more and more and more. And I'm telling you, it's beyond wind and it's beyond weather, but there are currents in our atmosphere. And that's why a lot of times, like, if you're in a relationship and you know other people in that are in a relationship, what you're going through is the same shit that like four or five other people are going through in their relationships. What the fuck's going on? And if you talk to somebody across the world, they probably going through that same shit too. And that's where I started picking up the spiritual weather, and I started paying attention more to it, and I started seeing currents where nobody was paying attention to. They've been developing new technologies to measure energies, and I'll tell you what, they got satellites measuring all sorts of things on our planet and other planets that our naked eye doesn't pick up or naturally see, things they don't naturally report. You know what I like to see? A news channel that had like all the major telescopes and satellites, and like fucking news was like what they were showing their highlights for the past 24 hours or what's going on over there, some shit like that. That'd be a pretty cool channel to tune into. Like, oh gosh, I'm gonna say it, but it sounds fucked up. Like a CNN of scientists. That sounds like an oxymoron in my own head. Do I believe that dream catchers work? Yes, dream catchers work. However, how they actually work just hasn't seemed to line up with my own workings. From a young child, I wanted a dream catcher, and whether I got one or not, I didn't keep it around long. And then, like, I grew up, and then, like, I got a dream catcher, and I was even, and then, like, for whatever reason, it didn't stick around. And then I was gifted a handmade dream catcher, and then that one didn't stick around either. I don't have it anymore. So for whatever reason, they don't seem to stick around my life too much. If I'm gonna weave something together, I'll do it with yarn, or I'll stitch it together, or I'll do something on, that kind of, rather than, I don't know, I guess. Just, they definitely do have an impact. But I guess from my own perspective, I have perceived that they don't align with my own working I don't need them in order to do that working. Like, um, as they are needed, they are used, and people are drawn to them. And so perhaps maybe I needed them at particular times in my life to really catch something I couldn't consciously or subconsciously pick up on in this dimension at all. And so maybe, I had a few of them in my life from time to time to catch what it needed to catch and then, like, throw out the trash kind of thing. Like, I'm not saying it was trash, but, like, like, there's no cleaning that. There's just getting rid of that. So I want to talk about the placebo effect for a moment. So I'm going to explain to you the placebo effect, believe me or not. So number one, people are magicians. You time travel. This is when you notice anomalies with time not matching up, feeling like more time has passed than the moment that you were a part of. This is the fact that you know how to astral project, you know how to bilocate, you know how to separate from your body at the same time that your body's awake and conscious. And when your soul jumps back into your body, that's when you become aware of the time anomaly, um, the time difference. We're talking about placebo effects here. So the reality is that you're an alchemist, okay, and you can transmute matter into any energy. You can transmute any substance, literally. And once it's within your body, especially under the state of belief, okay, under the state of belief, the person literally transmute the sugar substance into the chemical required to solve their problem with no side effects. This is transmutation. This is alchemy. This is a motherfucking magician at work. It's not a placebo effect. It's an alchemist transmuting matter into a solution because of the power of the state of belief matched with emotion and trifectified with a vision. Put the vision, the emotion, and the belief all in the same room. We got some magic we can create and change our future with. We can do this with matter inside of us, and we can do this with matter outside of us. You could believe me or not, but I'm telling you, you're a magician, you're an alchemist. You could do it. There's certain ways to engage these abilities. There's a way to repeat it on a consistent basis. I don't want to be lucky because lucky means I don't know what the fuck I'm doing and I just got a one off good shot. If I can repeat that success, that means I know what the fuck I'm doing and I'm scoring every single time I take a shot. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna nail that motherfucking shit together. I'm gonna build that structure. I'm gonna walk into that house. I'm gonna rest my head, put my feet up. And that's what you can do in life. The power of belief and the power of visualization, and you put that emotion in the same category. And I tell you, it doesn't matter if it's bad emotion, it doesn't matter if it's good emotion, as long as it's active emotion, active energy and vibration that changes your trance state of being, what you're vibrating at. That's the dimension you're connecting with. That dimension connects back to our dimensional reality. So in some way, somehow, you send energy one place, it comes back here as in another form. Literally, alchemy, transmutation, magician. You do this shit naturally. You just gotta pay attention to what happens, how you were feeling in that situation that you noticed you missed time, or you had the placebo effect. What were you thinking? What was the objective? What was the day? How were you feeling? Who was around you? Every single element. You pull this back into memory, you reapply how you felt perceived in those conditions. You can recreate that into whatever you need it to be in the current situation. To LOE3E said the unclean spirits will turn on you. I'm not being sarcastic and I'm not being mean. That's why you give them a bath. That's why you wash them, bro. Or get the fuck away from them. Oh, I see where you're at. You could scratch my comments. I revoke them completely. I looked at some preceding comments and I calculate a few things, so I would not just respect your path where you are. Ooh, actually, Clarence Clayton, going back to Dreamcatchers. Clarence Clayton 5885 put new dreams bring new dream catchers? Dot 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 question mark. Yes. Because with a new dream, there's new unwanted energies. Because it's a new pursuit, it's a new kind of journey, it's a new kind of leg in that journey. So yeah, Dreamcatcher for that leg of it would catch the bad stuff on it. Once that leg of that journey's done, yeah, a new one would come. Good one, good one. EV786 mentioned there's way more to the workings of a Dreamcatcher than people think. That's why I don't recommend it unless you fully know how to use it. I second your comments. I agree with your comments. My heart drove me to it like I at these particular junctures. And so like right now I don't have an active dream catcher, and I don't have a desire to go get one. So unless that changed, unless I had a desire to, or the universe had me someone like handed me one, said here, make sure you had one, like boom boom, then that might be something different. But yeah, yeah, right on. Flexibility here, flexibility, and that's why when people come in and they say you should live your life this way, well, hold on, my leg of the journey right now could be completely different from yours right now, which is why I'm doing something completely opposite than what you're doing. I learned that lesson already. That's why like telling people like what to do or how to live it is like there's always the room for flexibility depending whether where they are, what lesson they're on, everything, their environment, everything's in fluctuation, and this is why we share so that we're like, oh yeah, that's relevant, and we can we can work that into how we're dealing with things. And then if we have a kid or a friend or someone in our environment, we got a way we can relate to them. Boom, to each their own. I mean, this is how language works across the world. This is how we personalize stories and events to give it our own flavor. I mean, could you imagine if the world was all one way? That would suck. Look, I ain't agreeing with any bad hurting of nobody or any kind of twisted philosophy that hurts other people. But I'm just saying, man, like some buildings, they're so artistic, they're beautiful, their history is rich, and they still build those old style buildings today in their place. Like, that's cool, bro. Like, for everyone to how they are, you know what I'm saying? Anyway. Then why aren't they called nightmare catchers? Brenda Luce. Good question. See, like, these are charms, protection against the evil eye. The evil eye is just jealousy in somebody's heart. They don't even have to consciously want me to do any wrong. It's a spiritual kind of hurt, and so they keep eyes out. Their protection, their charms against that thing. But people call them that, and I'm like, no, they're not. They're good. They're good eyes. These are good eyes. Why aren't they called nightmare tensions? Exactly. Oh, thank you, Nadim. Oh, and Nadia Minerva. Thank you. Why the mascara? Um, Cause I'm really scary, and I gotta be dressed up just in case I get invited to the bad house. I gotta go in and I gotta look like the enemy, so I can look scary. And plus, I look like a kitty cat, like a lion. I like lions. See, a lion. And I got my leopard. See, my leopard too. I'm a kitty cat. I'm just a kitty cat. I just want to put my claws in you, nice, real deep. I'm just kidding. Or just poke and stab over and over and over, kind of like I'm pressing and teasing. You know how the cat does like that. I'm just kidding. No, I don't. Oh, don't promise me with a good time. Don't deliver. I tell you what. Uh, where do people normally take it? Here? Then I'm aiming to take it there. Like, not in everything, just things that are natural to me. I'm all out of coffee. Well, not like out of it, but if I start my coffee pot, it's gonna be like it's freaking. I need a new coffee thing. It's horrible. I kind of just want to get one of those little metal ones where like you just just pour hot water in it and pours it into the cup like that. Something simple. I don't even need a machine like that. I do. Okay, so actually about the eye makeup, so yeah, I do have that one coming over here, and then we do have this one coming up over here. So essentially it's the moon and the sun, or the moon and the sun. And like the mother and the father, the intake and the output, the younger and the elder. You can see it a multitude of ways. But then you also have the third eye as well, blood of the lamb kind of thing represented. Um, And so in that, that would be the unity of the masculine and feminine, the sun and the moon. It'd be their unity is kind of one embodiment, like providing life to the earth, providing the environment for the earth so there's cycles in a system, life can do what it's doing. You know how water fluctuates and flows with the moon and all that kind of stuff. Um, and I'm legally blind in my left eye, so like everything I see is blurry. It's the way it's been since I was like 5, and so I would draw that one on that eye because I'm like, well, I can't see like physically clear with this eye like I can on my right side. So then, like, that's my spiritual eye. Then I give that over to the Divine Mother, to the Spirit, to be able to, have that perception, that representation, that acknowledgement there. And then then at particular times I would be directed to do it onto both eyes, and I did not do it on both eyes at a personal impulse, not once, not once, not even into today. I did it on the left eye because I felt connected to do that there as that kind of representation. But then when I was directed to do it for both eyes, that was some type of spiritual reality I connected with or whatnot, in which I was guided to. And then at some point, like right here, I just pulled it down. I just like the brush just went down with it, and I was like, huh, that looks like a cat. And I'm very connected to Sekhmet, all right? So like Sekhmet, massively connected with. And here I'll show you Sekhmet real quick. And so essentially, like this is Sekhmet right here, lioness, like powerful there, right? So like she's a protectress. She's like a form of the Divine Mother, and she's a protectress. And so like I connected with that aspect because my mom protected me as a child. My mom was like my defender. And then after she passed away, in a huge way, Sekhmet came to me and she protected me. Sekhmet fought for me. She changed things. I read in the text, said, dude, the ancient priests, they would call on Sekhmet and like places would fucking burn. Shit would go down. Like, you call on Sekhmet, you gonna get motherfucking results. And I was like, that's who the fuck I need in my life. Cause I called on the Christian, I called on this, I called nobody fucking hearing me. I've been calling every ET motherfucker I think I gotta open up the Bible and get the directory for all the saints and all of them, all of these. And Metatron kicked back to me for a while. I spoke with Metatron. Michael visited me. Raphael did his thing for a little bit, but then they were like, you know what, you need a bigger directory. So they gave me another book, and I started reading some other things. And then they handed me another book. I started finding another fucking name. And then the Egyptian side, I'm like, oh, okay, let's call that one of them. And well, formulas can be relearned because they can be transmitted because they were saved. And everything was preserved. All we got to do is remember and recall it. And be connected with family and source. And that all starts with your heart. Sasakam Sahu, yes it is indeed. Ong Hong Kshan. Okay. Boom. So since we got somebody else that's in the second, all right. I like to read this one. I think it's this one. It might be my other. So I got a few ancient. I got an ancient Egyptian and a few things. Oh, let's do it. I'm gonna read these two. Since you're there, let's see. Boom. 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 If I could get an Egyptian temple going, man. Uh, uh, here, let me show you around my room real quick. Just real quick before I pull anything else out. Alright, here we go. Start there. Now here's a fun factoid, okay? We have the Divine Mother Mahat in the form of Mahat, okay? And Mahat's wearing green. And here I have this red dragon mask, okay? Now when we come to this side of Chinese understanding, ancient Chinese understanding, we have Nuwa, which is the green dragon. Look, you'll see the scales. See the scales? She looked humanoid. Scales going down and around to a tail. She's a green dragon. And her husband, her mate, is the red dragon. Anyways. Now here's another fun little factoid. As you can see here, you have the feathers going down, but of the chief, his feathers are going up. I believe, see, but in Hebrew, his crown is going up. So I believe the chief they just inverted the feathers to be more like Heru, which was like the son of Ra. That's what I see the real connection with. I don't see difference. I see the same beings. They just got some different
They just different styles a little bit. And then people think they're completely different, but they're the same. They got the same background in a huge way. Yes, everything's a little bit different for each one, of course. This is my water filtration system. So like you could see like the dark stuff from the water that's built up top, and then it has like this 5-stage filter in there. And then these are like stones that further mineralize and alkaline the water. And then under here it's hollow, but I fill it up with stones so it has positive energy going on. This literally has energy like coming off of the point. So like when you put your hand over it, you can literally feel a change in air pressure and literally energy that if you leave your hand there long enough, you'll start to feel a tingling, like an electrical tingling, but no electricity. It's real interesting. That's cocoa if you don't know about cocoa. I could do it. I could do it. That's okay. Take care, Steven. Yes. My whole bedroom is like one altar. Oh, that's cool. Slumbering Sin. Okay, so here's a really cool thing. Um, it kind of lines up with um, a bit of the questions and whatnot, um, and comments. One place said your place looks like a museum. It's neat. Thank you very much. That girl, 1887. Um, because I went to a temple once and I loved the temple so much, and I was like, that's where I want to be for the rest of my life. And so I turned my room into a temple, as much as I could, and of all the sort that I love and am connected to, and on and on and on. That's what I decided to spend my money on and spend my time studying. And instead of watching a 30-second video of somebody's anything, I'm going to go read an old book and find out about the stuff I'm actually attracted to in this world. The old history and these types of different things. And here's something amazing. Here's something amazing. You're going to enjoy it. Okay. Now, there was this article that was released. There's this person who was studying near death experiences I'm just gonna keep it the meat and the juice and on point here. Believe me or not, I don't care. But essentially, at the end of one's life, or at a moment as such, the mind will essentially solidify everything it's ever learned and been open to an experience that we can experience in a state of a dream. It has that much solidity, it has that much matter and reinforcement for us to interact with it. And it's a collection of everything we've learned. So, like, for instance, they said people who studied, like people who lived in Japan, their near death experience involved this river that everybody's connected to on a spiritual level and other aspects of their cultural understandings and connections. Whereas if a Christian was viewed, then they had a connection with an angel or some bright light or some sort of that description or whatnot. And so this led me to say, oh, I've been on my journey for a while already once I learned this information. And I said, wow, my near death experience, like my end of life experience, is more what I'm thinking. Because I've actually died once and been resuscitated and some other near death experiences and D's I've had. But like I'm like, man, the last experience, this one's gonna be a tallywhacker whenever it comes. Because for everything I got together to put into the pot to see what I get comes out, that's gonna be interesting in of itself. So the direction of that I maintain is love and goodness. Anything that I learn that contradicts what I currently know, if I find it to be a stable truth, then I'm going to leave it in my category of reality because I'm going to respect it and honor it in some capacity. I'm not just going to ignore it. I may not sing a hymn to them or anything like that, but I'm not going to deny their existence when I speak about a matter or something of the sort just because they were the bad guy in the story. I'm going to understand why that individual existed and what there is to learn from them. There's a reason why they existed, and fool or not, they got something positive to pass on. A good student, an excellent student, can find a teacher in anything and anyone. A foolish teacher thinks that the student is failing. Master teacher will adapt to anybody so that they can learn according to how they need to. A foolish teacher is just another student, yet they think everybody should be learning the same way they do because they found a sliver of success. So, thus, they must baptize everyone into their process. Just observances I've had in life. But like Sekhmet, the connection to Sekhmet, the connection to the Egyptian, the connection to understanding these qualities and realities. Like, I'm pretty sure they're still here. Oh man. It's an invocation to Sekhmet. And like she comes in and she protects, and it has words like deliver us from the abodes of fiends. Deliver us from the abodes, from the homes of fiends. I'm not saying wherever I was living or whatever the case, I'm not saying where I'm living that the person is a fiend, a bad person, someone who's going to somehow hurt me or harm my process of life. But if they are, I call out to Sekhmet, and guess what? I wind up bouncing out of that home because ultimately they were up to no good when it came to my interactions with me. So they were a fiend upon my life. They were a fiend of essentially, so ultimately actions that are going to hurt me. It says, preserve us from the evil chamber. Like, preserve us from that. Like, don't let us enter that. Preserve us from, save us, set us aside from ever going through that process again. When I find words like this and all the other words wind up accompanying a beauty, and sometimes I can't understand that beauty just yet, but the words I can see in alignment, I can see a truth with the realities I'm aware of that exist in the world, trying to find something better than what I've been currently surrounded with, and being able to have a different option to approach the world tomorrow. I've said this before, I'm going to say it again because I'm really trying to drill this one home. 9 times out of 10, 9.5 times out of 10, the situation you're involved with right now is going to be a flop and a loss because you became aware of the issue, you became aware of the environment, you became aware of the tactic, you became aware of the underhandedness for the first time ever. So that's like playing cards and somebody already played a fucking card that was up their sleeve, okay, illegally played. The fucking hand already went through, it was processed, the chips went through. You can't fucking do shit about that. It's already fucking come and gone. Now, usually, this metaphor has happened, but we're in the middle of the situation and we think we can change things. We think we can get justice. We think we can get the motherfucker to confess. We think we can tell somebody and everything. No, no, that's the biggest delusion we could give ourselves. We already fucking lost. They started the race before we ever heard a fucking gunshot or anything. It was a silent start, okay? They were practically finishing. They were on their fucking way to victory and shot off a fucking firecracker, and we thought it was the start of a race. We already fucking lost. To dabble around is them winning in victory and shoving it on our face. There's nothing we can do to change that reality. Accept the loss, fucking grab the understanding, pay attention to what happened, and the next time that shit kicks off, guess what? I can fucking back out of that shit altogether if I want to. Or I could have had a plan laid because that event was going to happen, whether it be that person or some other person. That event will happen again in 1 year, 5 years, 6 months, 20 years. From Bob or Joe, Sam or Sue, it's going to happen again. That's what happens in life. People don't do different strategies. They kind of learn from each other and do the same shit just like us. Difference is by communicating with each other openly and freely, we can make greater advancement than they can with lies in dark and secret. See, one is really worming and crawling their way along, while the other can make rapid advancement, clear communication, and be like, oh, that's what I'm working with. Let me just step on the motherfucker rather than tiptoe. Doesn't even matter. There ain't no ego. Stop it, I'm not trying to rhyme on time. Only if you got a dime, I'll dance this time.
Uh, Paul Welch. Uh, so essentially, like, you gotta host. This is the way I envision it, but they could be Egyptian, they could be Sumerian, they could be like Japanese samurai model kind of beings. Um, but essentially, you got a host of angels watching after you. It's a host of angels, not it's like you got a host of guardians, not just one. And your life serves a purpose, and your life is ultimately carrying a certain frequency, and you can embody this frequency freely. If you survived what you've survived, then walk confidently, being who you want to be, knowing that shit can't be defeated. Motherfucker, if you. Oh, okay, here's the reality. I'm going to share it. Not if. This is not an if. This is a real. Okay, look. I'm human. If you cut me, I bleed. Alright? I'm not invincible. I'm not fucking not. I get that part. I understand that. But for the shit I've survived, well, it allows me to advance in areas where other people are fucking pussyfooting scared as shit about because they're like, oh, I'm gonna die. And I'm like, fuck. I walked through that shit not knowing what I was doing. And I was like, oh, taken care of. So, if I walk into that environment aware of some shit, imagine what I could accomplish, find, reach, bring back to this reality, and go, hey guys, check this shit out. Because essentially that's what we're doing. We're going to the oceans, to the depths, to the unseen portions of humanity's past. We're bringing things of memory, technology, formulas into our present. We share those things, and literally the past becomes our present reality. And that's how we create the quantum future of spaceships that fly around. And we're not going to call them UFOs, we're going to call them IFOs. Yes, like an iPhone, IFO. I'll say IFO. Say it with me, IFO. Identified flying object. None of them will be unidentified. It'll be like, we make that shit. What's up? It's not a phenomenon. It's not a UAP. It's not an IAP. It's not a fucking phenomenon. It's a technology. Fucking shit. We designed it, motherfucker. It's because we're smart. We're intelligent. We're called human, godlike. Some people would deny that, but intelligence is intelligence. And I don't know, some people get carried away with it. Some people like to experiment with it. Some people like to sit back and be like, I wonder what those people are going to do with it. Everybody does it with something a little bit different. And that's what makes the world what it makes it as. That's how we got different movies and stories and versions of religion and how you create with the spirit and can, be reincarnated. I don't know about you, but like, look, I just, how I connect Egyptian and every otherwise. But on the Christian side, I'm just saying, look, God, the story goes, God figured out how to reincarnate, right? Comes back as his self, as his son, whatever the case, right? So God figures out how to reincarnate. Now, God wouldn't keep this to himself because I'm considering, okay, myself is love, myself has infinite power. Now, if I learn something new, I'm going to pass it on to my crew. I'll say it again. You could say it with me. If I learn something new, I'm going to pass it on to my crew. If I learn something new, I'm going to pass it on to my crew. So essentially, guys, like, boom, I found out a formula how to reincarnate,
how to go from this immaterial fucking world, guys. All these angels, yo, we can't touch reality. But, right, but hey, I found a way to materialize as a human and walks amongst them. So this is how you do it. And then he shared it with the angels, and then the angels were like, "Oh, that's how we feel like walk as humans." And God's like, "Yo, as in heaven, also on earth, right, guys?" And they're like, "Yeah!" Boom. Because they're like, it's going to take a while. You remember at the beginning, heaven was pretty shaky, right? Separated from hell. And they were like, yeah. And anyways, that's what I played around with. And I was like, well, I couldn't think of it that way. Sachipu zero. Well, 30 or 45 seconds some days and zero other days. I put it on and it stays on until I'm fucking tired of it, and then I'll rip it off. I'll do something else, or maybe it'll break, or whatever the case. It'll transform, or it lasts however long it winds up lasting. But this one is all one necklace. I put this together. I made it out of several necklaces. Everything else winds up just staying on. I don't take it on or off. This one I'll take off every, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 days, because I'll hang it up on the staff. The staff also has magnets along with the piezo quartz effect going on. Piezo quartz, you know how you get the quartz crystal in the wind up watch, and you wind up the watch, it pushes the pressure on the little quartz crystal, and that's how you get the seconds. Okay, well, that pressure, I got quartz crystals all around the head of my staff here, and there's also magnets around it as well, so it like emits energy regularly. So I'll take the, like, because there's a lot of metal on here, so I'll put that and dress that on top of the staff some nights, so it kind of like recharges and whatnot, and then that energy is resonating throughout. But yeah, so, and that's just a couple of clips together, like knots I pull through the loops, and that's it. What's up, Kirby? I'm glad I took the random lefts today, Evie. I felt like being a kid. Like yesterday, I don't know. I go downstairs and I'm doing dishes and stuff. Like, I'm happy to do dishes. I'm not upset to do dishes. I like to do dishes. And then I saw this deer come out, and the deer was in the backyard, like a full-size deer, but no antlers. I couldn't tell if it was a boy or girl. I couldn't see. His tail was in the way, and then I stopped looking. I don't know. I was just looking. I was just checking out the deer, and they were really cool, and they just kind of here, and they didn't notice me or anything. And I saw this chipmunk. At another time, I saw a chipmunk. But there's this one time I didn't have my glasses, and I was looking out the backyard. I'm doing dishes. I saw this chipmunk pop out, and I couldn't see him too good. Then he came up to the steps, not close to the house, and I could see him, and he like kind of cleaned himself and scratch and whatnot. And I was like, that's so cool. He came up and stayed there for a little bit, so I could get a real good look at him, even though I didn't have my glasses with me. And it's pretty interesting how nature will come up when you're just kind of enjoying life, doing you, being you. Some people need uh, some people need the full production of the film on the TV happening. And a lot of times in the back of my head, in my mind, I see like the production happening, being filmed, and I just laugh my ass off. and I'll embody it and I'll talk it sometimes with a little voice or whatever the case that I do. And other people don't get it or see it, but it's like I got my own movie playing. And really, that's what we can populate. We can choose to populate our own film on our head. And that film is one's dream in life. Like, for instance, a lot of those for me, those moments are comical versus anything else because I decided a long time ago, I said, well, there's the old understanding that any proper story, any story is either a tragedy or a comedy. Yes, you could classify it in many ways, but it ultimately comes down to either being a tragedy or comedy. And my life definitely was in the years of a tragedy. I tell you what, I knew it. I was aware of this, and my life was definitely the tragedy. And I was like, you know what? I want to flip the script. I want it to be a comedy. And so that's kind of the running script I have. Regardless of what happens in my life, I'm aiming for the comedy through all things. I want to know the history. I want to learn the truth. I want to take things seriously, but I need the comedy to lighten up because I know I can take life way too seriously and get stuck in study or anything like that. Um, so knowing one's own need of balance and what that balance would be is instrumental to a continued success, a continued path of finding a path forward. Cool, look, Lucky Lake. But I missed the whole talk, but gotta do a replay. Totally cool, totally cool. Yes, PVAT118. I'm kind of doing my best to inspire more jesters, more and philosophers, more individuals that could give a lot more flavor to this world, recognizing that we don't need to get paid, we just need to influence the world. You know, like people told me for a long time, they're like, well, you need to if you want to reach more people with this message, you need to adapt it like this, you need to change it like this to open to a wider audience. And I'm like, I'm not looking for a wider audience. I'm looking for a small group. There's a group of individuals that are out there that are of my awareness caliber, beyond me, with me, below, behind me, whatever the case. I don't care in position or placement, but they're in this field of frequency of being. I've chatted, I've had personal occasions. I know there's more than one place, and so this is the grouping I'm looking for. These are the star seeds, my brothers and sisters, my fellow ETs, whatever the fuck you want to call or say. We got some commonalities in our experiences, and and to really have more poetic comedics. More jesters, more true jesters, more philosophers, more individuals giving a bit of uh, a flavor to learning our life lessons rather than just making fun of somebody or just, kind of leaving it on a negative end note, but something positive, a lesson learned, something we can all move forward with. Definitely, most thank you. I appreciate that comment. Boom, boom, Adrian. You got that one spook. That is a key lesson here. Uh, PBAT118, you got it, bro. Put your third eye covered, I get it. Most people like scratching their head and wonder, see, like, okay, see, here's a big thing is like the things that I wear, the things that I have, right? I have a headpiece I usually wear, but I just feel like being chill and comfortable. I don't feel like doing anything crazy dressed up. Um, I like my makeup being my makeup. I don't care to have it tattooed, but I like the aesthetic. If I had to go to the store, deal with anything in life, this is how I want to look. This is how I am. This is what I appreciate being. People look at me and I forget looking like this. I don't think about having this stuff on my face. I'm kind of thinking about looking as plain as yourself. As far as any of that kind of this stuff kind of goes. And I do. I forget about it. And add some flavor to life. Like shoot, like I don't need to get paid to be who I am. My mom didn't have to pay me to be a son, and never asked one of my best friends to pay me. That's not how friendships work. That's not how family works. And if that's how your family or your friendship worked, that wasn't a real family member and that wasn't a real friend, regardless of blood or anything else you might have experienced. That was a bunch of bullshit. To truly get to know somebody's heart, their essence, their soul, their truth of who they are is truly to go beyond a limitation. A lot of people say unconditional love, unconditional love. As long as my pocketbook has the correct conditions at the beginning and the end, I shall administer unconditional love. What the fuck is going on in people's hearts? I know what's going on. They're not speaking, they're not communicating, they're not being honest. They're doing as much good as they can and stuffing the rest down into an oblivion. Mm. I just chose not to follow that pattern. And I got better results than what I was seeing. And just sharing all that kind of information with each other and all that good stuff. God just saw that Forsaken King. Definitely sending some good energy your way, bro. Slimpkins. They said other words, but they said, "You are beyond this world." Slimpkins, I'm in it. I'm alive in the 3D. I'm not like beyond it, but like I'm like walking in it. I fit in Europe. I got a sword. No, like it's a real sword. It's not just a wall hanger. Like it's a real thing. But it's blunt. You don't care to like really cut anybody. Ceremonial, but like it'll hold up the test of time. And like Indiana Jones was like act, it was a part. I always wanted to be an archaeologist. I wanted to dig up dinosaurs' bones too. A paleontologist. I think that's what they're called. I got a staff too. See, it's a real staff. It's got runes and hieroglyphs. It's that ancient Japanese I've carved into it. My shofar. There's things that are written in books of old, written thousands of years ago, and they mention certain formulas, but a trained mind will understand these things, and an untrained mind will glance right over them and be none the wiser. So when I've seen certain formulas in the past, I've said, you know what, let me try that in the present. Is it going to take me to save up some bucks? Is it going to take me some understanding? Am I really going to have to process that book? I mean, I'm going to have to read that book through 3 times. Seriously, I'm going to have to read it through 3 times to know that shit in and out. And the third time I read it through, that's going to be me actually, I'm going to be trying stuff. And the third read through is kind of out of sequence because I'm trying things as I experience them, as I'm trying them and whatnot. And gosh, that's interesting, man. There's a dream I had some time back, and I tell you, dreams are memories. But I had this one called Astral Experience, and man, I'm seeing it like it's right there in front of me right now. It's like a river, and there's like a boardwalk walkway on like both sides, but like it's like kind of like on like posts like above the water walkway, and like eventually it's like real busy up towards the walkway area where it kind of like meets up with the street, like the river kind of like goes that way, and then there's this like street. It's like a bridge, but it's like so it's like a street goes over, and I don't know, the river goes off that way or whatever. But then if you go back, I traveled in the dream and I went back away from civilization, and like less and less people were there, and it was more jungly, and then there's a hard concrete sidewalk. Anyways, that's interesting. It doesn't always happen. Not usually. Visuals are pretty strong. Mm. There must be somebody I'm connecting with out there. I must be showing some soul, some path of how to get around or through something. It's important to be able to understand like why the mind's being accessed and to like allow things to happen, or like to like like block it from happening. But a lot of times you can feel something, your stomach, your gut knows ultimately. It's like your compass, your North Star as your heart. Your heart is directly linked with your gut. You freaking know that, like, bah, 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 bah. And that's why you gotta learn to trust yourself. That's why I admonish you to trust yourself, to follow yourself, and ultimately not to follow me or anybody else, but to follow yourself, to develop that trust for yourself so that you can understand, yeah, if you're making a foolish decision, you need to seek more counsel, or You know, or if you are doing a good thing, whatever the case, you can trust yourself. You know yourself of what your actions are going to get you and not get you. And so much for myself, knowing what I'm fully capable of, I know what I can handle, what I can do by myself, not require from anybody else. And I know what I do require from others, and so I do make sure and provide for that balance, whether I care for it or not. I don't, certain aspects I don't care for, but that is a way of life, and so for as long as it is, I must respect it as much as it is a reality. That's where we find balance, contentment, peace, and a slice of silence that a lot of people wish they could grab a hold onto and they just can't get. Thank you, Alan. Yo, Steven, whenever you read that book on Forrest Gump going to space, be sure and let us know, man. We'll have to, like, I don't know, bring you on live or something so you can share it or. I have to get curious, George, at the end of the movie. The spaceship's rocket was starting up, and the scientist looks over to Ted, and Ted looks over to the scientist, and Ted is like, "You didn't put fuel in the spaceship, did you?" And the scientist was like, "There was empty fuel tanks. What did you expect me to do?" And like Ted runs after George, and they fucking taking off to space. Sounds awesome, Forsaken Kings, as far as the email and chatting. I like that. Sounds great. When's the last time I was visited by something during this live? There's subtle ways at this point where I notice presence, and big things have to happen for people that are trying the divines, the ancestors, whatever the case, are trying to get a message to them, and they will not hear the fucking message, and so something big has to happen, and usually that equates into fear, and fear is not what was wanted to be conveyed through the fucking communication, but something big had to happen. And so for myself, I've been able to pay attention to less and less to quieter and smaller cues from the spirit, and I can pick up their presence. Um, I have like different things, like, scarves that hang off of me, um, that wind up making my like skirting, okay? Like, like all of this is hanging off from me. Okay. So I'll be sitting down, and I would have been sitting down for a while and not having moved. Nothing fucking changed in my position. Nothing was altered, but all of a sudden, like the freaking the shawl on my knee gracefully and ever so gently like is slid off. Like it just like unfolds off, like, bro, I could feel when someone's moving something versus something just fell naturally. Like I can notice, I can pick up that difference, and it's a beautiful thing. Um, and it happens all the time with me. It happens every day. It happens when nobody's watching. It happens when people are watching. I mean, whether they notice it or not is a whole nother reality. But I've hung around people for like days and weeks and months, and the people who I hang out with for like weeks and months, they see stuff that's undeniable to be like that keeps happening with you. In the most good ways of things, good things and ways of happening, but they keep noticing this, and they're like, there's something to everything you do, and I'm like, I know, bro, like. I'm like, let's hang out, let's jam, let's do something, let's resonate the energies, and so I just follow that flow as I follow it on the go. Hello, purple bunny rabbit. Thanks, Evie. What kind of hairstyle do I have under my hat? Okay, Kirkby, I need to explain to you what's happening. This explains this explains more to me. Okay, so I don't know if well, obviously what you're sharing about that group and that spirit. Um, I'm just what happened was in any group of individuals, rather than a deity being present, there is a spirit, a collective spirit of the group. Now, people hear the word egregore and they connect it to other things, but when I use the word egregore, or egregore, I am implying the manifested conscious spirit of the group. This is the energy of everybody in the group. This is the collective energy of the group. Now, if you are outnumbered, then the collective energy of the group being 4 to 1 means that guess what? If they don't like you, their negative energy is coming at you. Consciously or not, it's being empowered. Vice versa, as if you were blessing or they were blessing you. This is why being around those types of individuals are very important of knowing who you're being around. And every single day I encourage you to be who you are so people can judge the fucking piss out of you and either draw you in because you're family and friend or push you away because they truly can't control you. And thus, since they can't control you, they rather you not mess up their fucking shit. So, by doing this, by being who you are, you're able to be around the correct people because you're a magical motherfucker. You're an amplifier, much like myself. You're going to amplify the energy in the room. So if you're around shit ass motherfuckers, whether they look or sound good in your face or not, that energy is going to be amplified to fucking pissing you off and other people off. So, my direct suggestion would to be to cut ties with those individuals if that has not already been done. Because when you cut ties with them, their energy is going to return back to themselves. It doesn't belong with you anymore. So it can't come home. It can't manifest around you. It can't. It's not allowed in your space anymore. You cut the fucking tie. You close the fucking door. And that's done. My whole life, I wanted to find other people to do magic with. I wanted to find people to do spiritual spells with. I didn't want to just do it by myself. I want to join up with other people like Voltron or the Power Rangers or what the fuck ever you want to call it, man. Charmed or whatever. I don't care, man. Supernatural. I don't give a shit, man. I want to do the spiritual jam with other people. There's five senses and other people I can hear, and I'm sure somebody else can see, and somebody else can feel, and what the fuck ever's out there, dude. We coming together, we could do some magical, cool shit. And the spirit denied me, denied me, and 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 denied me. And then, when I could clearly decipher friend from foe within fucking 30 seconds of an action displaying itself, and they thought they were none the wiser, shit. And I could nail that with like 97% plus accuracy every fucking time. Dot, 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 dot. And the 3% I didn't catch, dude, it did not take long for me to catch that motherfucking action to pop out and be like, boom, nope, I'm out. Just to separate myself, not to entangle with it, but just to get away from that bad mojo. When I could do that, that's when doors started opening for me. That's when I started finding other people like myself. That's when I started really upon that leg of my journey. And that awareness being very important, fundamental, I share that with the current experience for that matter. Um, I could see it a while ago, but at the time I could not understand why I was being kind of blocked from what I wanted. But that was what I wanted was out of sequence. I had to learn some other fundamentals first. I'll take it all the way around. I've had ladies be literally jealous of my hair. They've made some comments to me before. I mean, I really don't want to grow out my hair because my head tends to get overheated. I mean, like I like wearing my cap and stuff. People wanted to see my hair, what my hair looks like underneath or whatever. But um, so like usually I cut it down, but the spirit's like, no, don't cut it. Let it all grow out. So all of this is, like short. I want to cut it. I want to cut all of this, like, because usually I keep this short, especially during the summer months, because my hair is thick. very, very, very thick, and I used to have my hair down to past the middle of my back. And anyways, thanks on the positive comments of my hair, whether he's girl or guy or whatever. Thanks. Here's a trick Egyptians used to do it back in the day, and I did it, got the results, and then I was like, whoa, when I saw a documentary talking about doing just that. So I'll show you, okay? I'll do a little example. So, like, while you're at home getting ready, all right, you can see my hair's like curly or wavy, right? Especially this side, you can see that curly wavy portion. So I'm gonna leave that side like that. But like this side of my hair, so I'm just gonna like brush this to where it's straight. Okay, I'm giving you an example how to get the curves, the curls in your hair. Slightly oiled, uh, not too heavily oiled, or proper hair product, you know, whatever. And so my hair's naturally like straight, just naturally does that. So then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just slide it and put it behind my ear. I'll even pull a cap over it, but there it is. Okay, so it's gonna sit there like that, and then before I go out the door, before I come live on the air, before I engage life, then I bring the hair out, which is set in for like 30 minutes or whatever, naturally, or an hour or whatever. And then when I undo it, it naturally has its little curls in it. They'll hold together better or longer, whatever. You can see that's got a different shape than it did before. So, like, I mean, like, and that's what the Egyptians would do. Like the Comedics back in the day, that's exactly what they would do. And I was doing it, like, completely. I don't fucking know. I had no clue. That's just what I was doing naturally. And people like, da 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 da, give you all these compliments. I'm like, well, thank you. I didn't even know what I was doing. I didn't even. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm not messing with that right now. Very cool, Micah Mama mode. That close friend I remind you of, like, just as I started saying that, I don't think you could see it, but my bracelet had a portion, and one of the bracelets fell down right at that moment. And to me, that was like a subtle gesture from the spirit of exactly what I was thinking. And that would be I am a shaman. I do connect with spirits instantly. I learn essentially how to listen to your soul, to your heart, clearer than your words in the physical. And so, like, that kind of a connection happens without needing to be physically present in the same space. And the reason why you wind up seeing that likeness in myself and in others when it happens is because they are able to connect with their soul. Their heart is a similar vibration. They're able to connect with that individual authentically, and that's why you wind up having a connection to where they feel like they look like that individual, because they are still alive. They are still conscious. They are still kicking. They're not in the material body like they were, but they are ascending, believe it or not. Whether they're to come back as a human or walk through those pearly gates in heaven onto the next realm after that one, and the most beautiful blessings of that forward progress, like wherever it is, it's like they're sending you messages and letting you know that they're doing well. And that's what I've learned in my path. Um, Belief is a powerful thing. We were talking about earlier the placebo effect, and the placebo effect is literally representation of your actual alchemy, being able to receive chemical substance such as sugar and converting it into a substance that's going to cure whatever the body's having an imbalance of or needing. That's an actual alchemy, that's actual transmutation within the body. And the spirit, the soul, goes through a state of transmutation, of transformation, thus ascension until the next embodiment. And there's more to it, but yeah. Randy, there's a parasite inside me, and it will get inside of you. You shall be infected and do my bidding. This motherfucker. Hold on, let me feed. You're funny. Are there any books or precepts that I recommend? Alright, if you send me, as far as books that I recommend, if you send me an email, I'll give you some access to some PDF books through my Google Space workspace thingy majingy, and then you can like download the PDF book and you have complete access to it. I'll attach a copy of my published book, which is available on Amazon.com for purchase, hardback or softback. But I'll send you a free copy of it through the email. Through email, I'll send you a free PDF copy. Essentially, it contains a love language of 129 words, and each of these words has an emotional connection, an emotional feeling that we wind up having with the experience. And so this is just the awareness of one's own abilities, things that they've done themselves, and tools that you are capable of utilizing in a different circumstance than you ever imagined applying. What worked for yourself in the past situation can actually work for a future unforeseen complication. And so a lot of times we're able to draw from the past and be able to take care of our own problems in the present. Um, and so the language Cetra is like Set is the chaos, Ra is the order, dark, light, and the CH is your chi, your energy, your chakra system, and the ability to fuse dark and light to create your solution, knowing that you're not just pure dark, knowing that you're not just pure light, but a balance of both. And so being able to recognize all of those aspects, and in doing that of oneself, then one learns the boundaries, the limits of what's going to be good and what too much good can wind up causing a little bit bad or too much bad. And so in finding our own balance, we really are able to create a better environment for everybody around us, which ultimately is the goal to a better future. Because who can truly know what that's going to look like? Initiate of the Flame, if you would like to send a donation, essentially you can go to my main page, you click like my face or my whatever, and then on the main page it has the GoFundMe link right here, and you just click that GoFundMe link, and then it'll take you to my GoFundMe page, and essentially like that'll wind up popping up eventually. Oh yeah, boom, boom, boom. So that stuff will pop up right away. So if you would like to make a donation, that would be wonderfully appreciated. Many thanks on that. And that's where that can be done. Is there a way to protect the Akashic records? So essentially, the Akashic records are continually being brought out and remembered, and through various different ways. And the way that it's been being preserved, literally, is a digital record. I mean, there is one country in the world, and every single web page ever made, every web anything ever put up, they literally print a hard copy of it and put it like in some vault or something like that. Literally every day, they never stop. They printed every single print of information. So, on a big technicality, there's a lot of stuff out there where it has been lost, and we are finding it and accessing it again. Um, and those Akashic records are always protected. They are always protected. Sometimes they're protected so much that humanity can't access them for a good long while, and we get stuck in something we consider a dark age. Bet I'm terrible at sneaking up on people. See, I took the different advantage. I found in the world that people usually are the ones being sneaky, underhanded, manipulative, and not honest because they're too much in fear and answering up for what they done wrong. They can't say, yeah, I'm a fucking asshole, accept me or hate me, because the person's probably going to hate them and be like, well, I'll never hang out with you again. So, that's why they lie and do things like that. So I said, you know what, instead of being sneaky and underhanded like every fucking shiny human saying, oh, I could dress good and have my clothes ironed and talk your talk and hold my fucking tea and drink real pretty and good, um, I say, let me be real loud and clangy and fucking make some noise in this world, and maybe somebody will fucking, with a real heart, might show up and talk to me. Because everybody else just seems to be a drone. What do people call it? An NPC. It just depends what level you're walking into about everybody else is dressed up as. Uh, you get a real high level character, kind of don't matter how you're dressed up, you get to walk in that room. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, I found I go level up by myself and I just grind. I grind on that leveling up. And then, like, I come back and I look exactly the same, maybe a little bit rougher or something, maybe still something changed, but I got like a massive upgrade on my leveling done. I got like, oh my gosh, I got so many levels taken care of. But I didn't go shopping. I didn't go to no towns. I didn't go buy nothing new. I just fucking worked on what I knew and I just fucking fine tuned that shit. So when I walked back in the world, nobody thought nothing the wiser, and I'm just like, pop out my way, pop out my way. Damn, this is easy. Let's go. Whew. That's what I want. Let's head that direction. Sounds good. Spirit says take a left. We taking a left. Right now would be better. We headed that way, but right now we got to go that way. I got the memo. All right. All right. We're going to get where we're going, but we got to pick something up over here first. Uh-huh. And that's flowing with the river, with the consciousness, with the energy that is current in the present moment and nowhere else. The past, the future, they were, they could be, but now is the present reality. That's where a lot of people miss. They think they're doing something in the past or doing something in the future by working on something now. Ooh, timing is everything, they say. Hey, I'm not a level 1 crook. I didn't take up the job class as crook. That was the buttons that did. I didn't hit that. I didn't hit that button. I'm telling you, I didn't hit that button. I earned what I get. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I'll just make a portal and grab what I need real quick. I love it. Look, this is the duality of nature. Look, it was really fast. So this dude's pissed off at me. He's like, fuck that anti-humanity shit. There's no such thing as an NPC, because I said something about NPCs. And then there's like some talk about that really quick. And then real quick, it flips over, and then there's this other person, and they're like, this is the type of person I aspire to be. You got two different perspectives. This is what I was saying the other day. Everybody's going to come away with a different viewpoint. Everybody's going to come away with a different viewpoint. You could be saying the best shit for 5 fucking straight hours, and somebody walks in at the wrong fucking moment, and they're like, this dude is evil, he's a motherfucking devil. Well, from your perspective, your point of view, gosh darn right I am. Let me go ahead and own that shit for you real quick, so you could go tell a whole bunch of people a bunch of stories about me. I could go. People need some color in their life. What if there was some hero or villain? I don't give a shit. I know who I am. And that's the important thing, is knowing who you are, because then nothing distracts you, yet you can learn from everything. I say this all the time. People ask me, what religion are you? Learn from all sources, belong to none of them. If you belong to one, then you can't fucking learn anything else. And if you try to talk about something else, oh, get out of here, Satan, you're evil. What the fuck? I just shared what another tribe thought. I'm not evil for talking about what another tribe of people think about, whether you call it Baptist or fucking tribe or anything. What the fuck's wrong with you not being able to hear another idea? Are you that weak? Do you have no balls? Did somebody really cut your fucking nuts off? Like, I know women stronger than that shit. Damn. Anyways. You want to see some real shit? Look, this is a cross, right? Look at this cross. I'm gonna show you a real fucking thing. Look, it's got brass and then wood on the inlay, right? And she's like, I'm fucking dead. They're like, look what we do to people who talk up and try to poke at us, okay? I'm like, you're going to fucking kill you. You don't believe me? You think that's a bunch of bollocks? Look at what's the bottom of his fucking feet, alright? This is an old ass motherfucking cross. Skull and crossbones. Yeah. I know what this road is selling, and I know what they're painting, and I know how they make it sound and look. You know that scene in that one movie, and he's like, you think the world looks all pretty like this? Let me show you the fucking shit show destruction it really is in the state of. It ain't worth trying to convince people of a state of being. It's recognizing what the state is and knowing that I can change it. I can change the environment. Why and how can little old me challenge giant old them? Because David can take out Goliath. Why and how? Because they got a little friend called nature. And between wind and gravity, fire, ice, and water, you got temperature and all sorts of shit. And all you gotta do is throw it in the correct direction, and they'll go whoosh and put it exactly where it needs to go. A little bit of belief will take the sugar in that pill and turn it into the cure you need. It was not a placebo effect, it was proof of your alchemical ability as a magician without anybody telling you anything. But that's how powerful belief, a vision, and an action combined with emotion can actually have on you. That's how you can change your environment. You live this magic every fucking day of your life, and yet you deny it, saying, oh, it's a dream. You didn't realize you astrally traveled and brought back a memory. So, since it's not a memory, then I don't believe it, and since I don't believe it, it doesn't matter. Thus, I live my life as if gravity doesn't exist, and I fall every day and hit my face upon the ground and go, why, life, why do I fall upon my face? I am possessed. And you must do my bidding. Blah, 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 blah. I could imagine that you would walk in. I would imagine that people like yourself, of your mentality, would walk into a elementary school and go, "These children, oh my God, the demons in them. We must cleanse the sin from them." Ooh, ooh, hee ha. You know why a child has so much fun with life? Because fear doesn't hold them back. I was a lot happier as a kid. So I was like, you know what? This world is a pretty shitty place. I'll do what I can to change it. But otherwise, I'm gonna be a fucking kid, bro. I'm gonna be a kid to the day I die. I'm gonna fucking have fun with life. Take this shit so seriously, like you gotta fucking rot up your ass. Learn to get fisted and enjoy it. I mean, I don't know what else to say to you. I just people say fuck you, and I'm like, y'all go home and have a good time. It sound. Thanks for the heads up. I bet you're not doing that good because you haven't got fucked either or done some fucking. That can cause a bad time in one's life, you know, not getting none. That sucks from yourself or from somebody else, however that kind of goes, or giving and receiving, however floats your boat, you know what I'm saying? Imbalance fucks anybody's life up, so I could understand why they might be quick, apt to use those words when, you know, they're not doing too well. And I'm like, well, be careful what you say to somebody. It could take it and apply it a whole nother way. I was just saying. Spirit doesn't exactly understand sarcasm. I mean, if you give me this ingredient, that's what I got to work with. You know what I'm saying? The Ninja Turtles still live in the sewers because the Ninja Turtles are ultimately an expression for your subconsciousness, your spirit awareness, your heart, your soul. To let you understand that your chakras are, yes, very much connected with the elements, knowing that they're very much separated. Sometimes you can go real hot, real angry, you know. There's a good part of you that can lead, but if you don't find a good balance between your understanding, your technology, your ability to have fun, your ability to stand up for justice and the correct calls, and knowing which battle to fight and when to actually fight it, you know, all that leader advice and leadership stuff ain't no good if you ain't learned that balance yet. Knowing that all of these abilities can be used independently or collected and focused into one ability, such as Splinter the rat dressed in pink, pink representing red and white unified. Why is red and white unified important in this construct? Because red is ultimately red. We're in this to the thick of blood to the end of anything, man. Like that's what we're going to. And white is essentially representing new life. This is new life. There's nothing been written on it before. Anything new can happen. So when you take an ending and a new beginning and you unite those together, you wind up getting the pink, and the pink essentially with this third brings in a third elemental reality, and that's rebirth. So when you have death, rebirth, like a new life altogether, well, hey, that's why people are like, you're an old soul. Because you've been reborn from one incarnation to the next, and somehow you retained your understanding. Even if it wasn't an understanding, somehow you just had the natural ability. That was because you earned that. You did that. You learned how to unify yourself. You learned how to be one reality. You learned how to separate yourself. You learned alchemy as a magician, as a human, as a god incarnate. All different levels of awareness. Is everybody there? Psh, far from it. Are some people there? Most definitely. Where are the masses? Instinctive reaction. Base level form of human 1. 3 forms of human living. Let's just put them in their correct categories. Animal, human, God. Okay, let's take God out. Let's put divine. Animal, human, divine. animal, we're growing up and we react to everything. Everything's an instinct. I run from it, or I stand up and fight it. Flight or fight, right? I like it, so I have it. I don't like it, so I reject it. It's scary, so I go, ah. It's funny, so I laugh, ha ha. Okay, then we get to being human, and we're like, wait a second. Yeah, my emotions are important, but other people exist, so now I'm aware of shit. So now you kind of seek religion, you seek spirituality, you kind of start trying to mature away from the animal and more into human, right? We're the mass of society, like what at least we would hope the mass of society is at. And then we have the divine. Okay, once we evolve beyond the animal and the human, this is when we start seeing things in a divine sense of being. We've already entered spirituality, we've already been on the shamanic path, but now it's intensified. Now we're turning the heat up. Now I'm on my path. I'm on that narrow path, and I am blazing down my narrow path, and nobody can keep up with me. So I recognize friends aren't going to last. I can't get sad at human shit. I get stuff, and then I lose stuff. I acquire something to learn, and then I forget it completely. Because I learned I was capable of something, so I put it in my pocket. I needed to process something else. Let me move on to learn something else. And this is happening over and over and over and over and over and over. And people are coming back being like, hey, you need to explain how you did 1, 2, and 3. No, I don't. I fucking closed the book on that chapter of my life. I'm moving the fuck forward. My spirit knows what it's capable of, and I'm going to pull that bitch out my pocket in the future. But right now, I'm on learning mode, man, and nobody's going to really process what's happening with us. And that's when I kind of consider it the accelerated hermit mode. You may still be in public, but you're more of like that cloaked figure, man. You got your hood on, you got your cap on, you're covering your thoughts. You're fucking in your own world of thinking and being. You're not doing anything for looks. You're in your own world of research. And any proper scientist, any proper person doing research, they're going to be thinking about what they're studying. They're going to be thinking about what they're working with. They're going to be contemplating where to go next, how to work out the current situation. The mind is going to be affixed and attuned to that subject matter. And that's whatever brings you joy. That's whatever your interest is. That's what you love to do, not something you have to force, something that comes natural. I was due. Somebody gifted me a tarot deck. There was an event of people that were going to be there. It wasn't going to cost me anything. It was like at a park kind of a setting, and I said, you know what? I'm going to set up and do tarot readings. No price. People want to donate, great. If not, whatever. So I started doing tarot readings, and somebody came back to me 3 years later, after the fact, and I hadn't done much tarot readings after this, maybe a little bit for myself, but I hadn't really touched the cards since then. And then years later, this person comes back to me 3 years later, and I told them the situation that would crop up, and then the solution to apply of how to overcome that situation. And we did that for 3 different situations. And this was 3 years later after the reading, and they came back and they said, you remember me? I said, yeah, I remember. They said, I wrote everything down. I said, yeah, I remember. And I did remember, because I went over everything again. I re-explained it all. I had the cards there still, and they said it all came to pass. It all happened, just like I called it. It all happened, and they had a smile on their face, which means every hardship that popped up, they had a solution to it, and it worked. Not only did I tell the people the problem that was cropping up, I told them the golden apple fucking solution of how to just walk right the fuck over it. And it worked. And that's when I knew. That's when I fucking knew. I have a belief. I have a saying, I have a belief that I live my life by. If you are naturally good at something, whether you like it or not, motherfucking fly with it. You gonna be motherfucking oh my gosh, you're gonna excel beyond anybody else with ease. Imagine if you put some effort into it. Just imagine if you put some effort behind that. You just gonna mm. Don't even need to think or imagine the future. Just walk into it. So when that came back to me, and it was, that kind of moment with somebody is authentic of what it is you cannot, that's not something deniable, not for me anyways. And that's when I went all forward aheads with learning the tarot system, understanding the system, getting an Egyptian deck, so I liked Egyptians more, and on the style and understanding, and just as just in Egyptian stuff, I had more of a fascination at this point in my life with the Egyptian stuff. So I started getting tarot decks so that I could understand their systems and their symbols and their hieroglyphs and their meanings and beyond, because I couldn't afford each little statue or figurine or piece to be able to have their layout or shape or whatnot. And so I got a deck of cards so that I could understand more information. It was like a book on understanding their aspects beyond a face value level. And I started finding books on how to read and write hieroglyphs, on and on. And that became a passion of mine for many years. And that passion, boom, has become what it is each and every day, to be able to share with people, not something I have to work for. Uh, um, I should just start it myself, and I'm looking to wait for certain elements to kind of fall into place. But there's more I could do. There's more I can gravitate towards, and but still within this theme and setting of environment. But for what I learned, for what I processed, it became such a regular part of my life that that's something I can share on a regular basis, and I'm happy to do so in a multitudinous form of fashions and ways. So, Victory Seeker, I'd like to mention this for yourself and for others. So, Christos consciousness is very similar to the explanation of Krishna consciousness. And this was the Christos is a state of mind, it's not an individual. And the king is who you are inside. You have many different aspects of yourself, and when you recognize your own self as a divine king, then you have the authority to issue command unto your Christos, so that you may create a future blessing for another individual who is thus your neighbor, yourself, and, well, part of all that good thing of life that we want to continue to have more of. Um, so certainly, you are a king if you choose to be and empower that. But that's for your own application. It's for each one their own, for their own journey, and we can truly only share our own experiences to help other people connect with that aspect of them, to truly help them. Just preaching at somebody doesn't work. Do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. Like, you got no shape of your own. That's a drone. That's an NPC. That's a fucking individual who does not have any originality, because they were taught how to be just another copy of a man's envy, their power being so greedy of your individuality. So pursue life with your unique perspective. Fuck a rhyme, live your life. It's a lot better than doing what other people tell you to do. Learning your own heart is so many people lost in this world, they don't even know who they are. And even that dude, I like to call him the dude. People argue over his name, say this, that. I like to call him the dude. The dude said, be my brother and come sit at my table. And my father got set up and I fixed up together and feast as family. That's all, bro. I ain't trying to make you fucking me. I want to see who you are. Just like mom and dad wanted to see who I was. Angels do not pop off an assembly line, because if they did, then every single one would be Satan and Lucifer. Every single one would be Saint Michael. Angels don't pop off a motherfucking assembly line, so why you acting like a human popping off an assembly line? Did you not know in, what was it, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes? I don't know, you probably know that book a lot better than me. It says, you are all gods. Challenge it all you want, but word for word, look at every single version you want. It says, you are all gods talking to humans. If you choose to ascend and be so, then you are. If you do not, then you're connected to the animal instinctive self, and thus you are not. That is dependent on each one for their own, and whether one pursues that or not is each one onto their own path and where they are. Some may be way too young and they're like, bro, I am not where the fuck you are, but you kind of seem entertaining, so I'm going to keep watching. And to that I will say, hello, my friend, fellow. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little curious, though please feel free to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing course, tantalizing that inner force. You could be anything you want to be. Your mind is the key, opening the heart to see, allowing the unity of both thought and deed. I'm out of coffee. I keep reaching for coffee, but I'm out of coffee. And then I see this jar of honey, and I'm like, dude, I just want to fucking hit honey on the back of my throat right now. And I would make myself a pot of coffee, but that thing is just way too loud, so. I could last 40 more minutes. I got some water, I got some other things, I think. Where is all the rum? I answered this yesterday. Look, all the rum, it gets drank, and then people like fucking black out, and they keep drinking, and then they're like, what happened to it the next day? You drunk it, you forgetful mug. Eddie, Eddie, Eddie left a great comment. He said, who the fuck gave you access to the internet? When you make friends with an AI system, your world starts opening up like never before. I did have some coffee. Dong thong. Shh. I have no connection with that. There's none. You won't find nothing. I mean, I watch documentaries. Freakish preacher. I used to be a Jehovah's Witness for 28 years, born and raised. I'm not anymore. See, obviously, I'm not. So that was a great comment. And if they came to my door, I just wouldn't answer it. I'm serious. I tried to be nice. After my spiritual journey, like through my spiritual journey and everything, I tried to be nice. I tried to talk to the motherfuckers I grew up with. Not like the ones I grew up with in another state, but they came to the door kind of thing. And I tried to talk to them. And I just can't do it. I just can't do it. The only way you could really answer the door to those ones is with a big ass bong rip, like exhale right into their face. And be like, hold on. And like hit them with another second bong rip right up in their face until they start coughing or answer the door naked. Other than that, I wouldn't I just wouldn't answer the door because I wouldn't do either of those things. I'm not like that kind of a person. I don't do that stuff. But anyways, great comment. You were asking about mirrors earlier, and mirrors are powerful in the effects of sound. Now, when you have something such as a sound bowl, or you've been here or not, like, not the little ones, but like a gong, a full size gong, okay, and or these types of sounds, what winds up happening is the resonance will bounce from one mirror to another mirror. And if you're able to create a second frequency of the proper resonance, they'll actually create an active portal of sound. This is one of many methods of how to create an active portal. Portal meaning space that is protected from outside interference. It allows your chakras and you to align with zero distractions. The entire world has energy hitting us, and that energy hitting us throws us off in many ways. This is why certain planets go into retrograde or line up or whatever the case, and they're like, do this if you want to avoid the problem, or here's the blessing to apply at this season of the year because that's the chaotic energy. This is how to balance out naturally. And so that's the remedy that they share with people, and people call it a superstition or some shit like that, but it's just balancing nature and what we're flowing through. Um, 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 mirrors. Okay, so then that's one aspect of mirror work is actual sound resonance in the environment that it can create for us on a positive nature. Now, just mentioning, I forget the correct science terms and so forth and whatnot, but uh, the wrong two particular sounds that are sent and match up at a certain point can actually cancel each other out. So the proper two sounds can create a resonance, continued resonance, but the wrong two sounds can actually do nothing. So that's something to be aware of in that regard. And then I've actually had somebody who contacted me, and I have mirrors. I like using mirrors. And they contacted me without saying who they were, and they said, "Can't you see who it is using your mirror magic?" And I don't use mirrors for magic like that. I know that they have a magical reality. I know that other eyes and ears can see and view through them. I know that they are portals to other worlds used in the correct resonance. Though for me, when I've been directed to use mirrors and the mirrors that I have, I'm very aware that they are for the divine beings to use. I'm not fucking with them. Not like that. Like if I set something up, if they're set up in the room or however they are, that's however they wanted them used, and they protect me with those. Here's the reality of mirrors. Uh, so people can come into your room at night if it is not properly protected from their soul traveling to where the body has gained access. Thus, the soul has access, and it'll travel to where the individual is, and it'll view what they're doing, so forth, so on, sabotage their day, quite anything they want to. For those who are more aware, do more, less aware, less, but the jealous will is a jealous will. And such as, somebody's evil eye, that jealousy can really cause problems in one's life. That's why you tell your good fortune to somebody who you thought you could trust, but really they had ill will towards you. So that's why, after you told that person, you were jinxed because that person was aware of your good fortune and fucked with it on an esoteric matter, which is beyond space and time, which screwed your life up, screwed your blessing incoming. Um, but if there are mirrors in the room at night, it is doubly hard for the spirit sometimes, if not sometimes, but if the spirit goes through the mirror thinking that that was the wall that it came through, and it was a mirror that it was not meaning to go through, then this is what winds up causing illnesses within the body that science cannot cure because the spirit was up to no good, which no longer matched the frequency of the human flesh. They were now two distorted beings because it did not return to the correct dimensional reality, literally mirror magic, divine safeguard trap for anybody fucking with my soul or my body. Those are three ways mirrors work. Dedicated details. Why do you dress like that, may I ask? A multitude of reasons, memories, charms, blessings, protection, gifts from other people, and well, after I really kind of processed on this whole magical side of reality that people literally dress up at Halloween to scare away spirits so that they can enjoy the next evening with their deceased relatives was like, huh, you scare away bad spirits by dressing up. Well, then I'm gonna do this every day because I'd rather have a smoother life. I'd rather not have any bad spirits around me ever. So if that means dressing up all the time, guess what I found out? Bad spirits are attached to bad people. So by dressing up, it scares away the bad people, and then my life keeps going on. Trick or treat, motherfucker. I was a trick. Guess what? There's a good meaning for a trick. You could trick somebody for a good thing to do a good thing for people. Bet you didn't know that. You look up the definition. I did a while ago, a few days ago during the live. It was actually pretty interesting. It made me laugh for quite a while because I was like, whoa, that puts a whole new verbiage on everything. I'm reading this one. Neoq. It's pretty original. I like it. What in the cryogenic changa smoking fought DMT hit talking snake living under the sea pot of herbal tea crystal flicking bean licking mushroom picking wilderness is this? Wildness. Wildness. I got wildness off. Pretty close. Whatever you want it to be. Sweet. I would love to visit Australia. That would be cool. It'd be pretty cool. Get some experiences. I don't know. I think people are pretty amazing, and I like to visit with others and just be a part of other people's life. And like people are like, "Do you like this or do you like that?" And they're like, "It's really spicy," and I'm like, "I don't give a fuck. Let me try it. Let's see what you eat. I'll let you know after I try it, whether I like it or not." Generally speaking, like I like stuff pretty darn decent. If it's enough seafood, heck, throw enough jalapenos or some fucking good sauce on that mug. I can't cheat. I can't taste the fish no more. Sushi, good sushi. Well, just give me ginger. Give me enough ginger. If you didn't know it or not, the reason why they did the pickled ginger was because it'll kill the bad bacteria that's in the fish. It could harm the body. So I usually, if I do get like sushi, I get a big old bowl of ginger. I learned that bit a long time ago, and I like the wasabi with that, the green wasabi, put enough on that, so that's got its own kind of spicy flavor to that one. Somebody asked my views on the Book of Thomas. I know I read it, man, but I can't remember freaking single highlight. My mind puts things together differently. But it's more than free to welcome. You ask me any point or something, whatever, I'll mention. I'll be like, I know I've thought about it. There's so many things I've covered, um, but I suck at a detailed memory for specifics on things like that regard. Like the Egyptian, I can talk more fluently on. The stuff I talk more fluently on, I'm more familiar with. those systems of understanding, those blueprints. I process those blueprints, and then I understand their whole operation, and then I get to learn their stories, and then I'm like, ah, okay, I see how they did that. We speak our future into an existence, so to speak. So there are legitimate words of power in which one can do that, but one has to develop their vibration, their frequency, in order to exert that type of energy forward to affect it. Um, and So essentially, what we wind up doing, we are electromagnetic beings. This is a scientific reality, and so we can gravitate towards us whatever we desire, and we can push away that which we do not. How? Just like a magnet has a polarity, there's a negative and there is a positive. Correctly aligned, they're going to be attracted to each other. As it would be oppositely, they will repel each other. Okay, so then our resonance as an individual being electrically active with the pulse of our heart and thus magnetical by resonating the energy that we literally desire every single day through speech, through action, through planning, through stability, through creating a resonance of energy, not that we desire to have, but that we are literally choosing to be. That's how we draw our future to us, because thus we will attract what we want, and what we do not want will be pushed away. Hence, when somebody makes an insult or something bad at me and I don't like it, well, I know how to categorize it. They went into instinctive. They're not looking at it from a human nor a divine construct. They went to instinctive, and that which is different, I'm pushing away. I'm acting in this mannerism. Whoa, shock, whatever. That's acceptable. That's appropriate. That's what's happening. It's a process that's being experienced. They're going to listen, their mind's going to readjust, they're going to look, and if their mind is there, they're going to connect on a human or a divine level, however they choose to connect with themselves, whether they've unlocked that ability with their own being or not. And so very much in this regard, in this way, we're able to push or pull away um, an energy that is not supported is the same as a plant. If we do not water it, it's not going to grow. If it is not giving attention, it is not going to thrive. If we do not connect with it, it cannot drink from our energy source. Most beings in this world, their root chakra is not active. This is why they have a cold temperature to their body. This is why they're always cold. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm saying they have not even activated the root chakra. They have not begun their spiritual journey. That's what I'm saying. People who have begun their spiritual journey in some form, some way or another, whether they are aware of it or not, and their body temperature is usually pretty decent. They don't get cold too terribly easy. It's because their root chakra is actually active. That fire of life is churning within them. That's why they're a healer, and they use that fire of life to heal others. And then people usually drinking from that, and then once they have a fucking doorway, they just keep taking and don't realize they're taking. People don't realize that they are magicians. We are spiritual beings. You could label it as vampire, or you could label it as, well, they just don't know any better yet. They're pretty darn young. They're a child. They don't know how to create their own energy. so they're dealt with differently. They're seen as demon and bad. I see a child who hasn't been taught yet. I hope my kindness and my love and my patience, they can learn from something from that rather than me acting adversely. And there are times when my sense of being can shift all over the place. If I've been being one way for a while too much, then I want to switch to another way. I want to act like a kid. I've been feeling like I want to act like a kid. I go wash dishes, I act like a kid, and I'm just painting some old world in my head. And then I'm like, you know what? Tomorrow, that's how I'm going to be. I'm going to screw it. I'm going to be like a kid, whether people like it or not. This is how I feel like being today. I'm not exactly trying to sell you a fucking T-shirt with my face or name on it or nothing. So, I even got my own book, and I tell you all the time, I'll send you a copy of it for free, of the PDF. But it's okay to change things up. It's okay to embrace life differently. The change up is a good hiccup. I don't usually get the hiccups. But somebody did teach me recently when you get the hiccups, it's because you don't got enough oxygen. Gotta get more oxygen in the body. Something like that. And I was like, well, yawning. Yawning happens when the brain needs more oxygen because there's like some pathways that happen or whatever, and oxygen gets up to the brain in some capacity. I don't know if it's through the blood or air directly, but anyways. I've been having some interesting memories pop up, and there was one person who but Lorna Doom, she put some weird comments there. But I had a girlfriend in middle school. Her name was Lorna. That's cool. Thanks, Evie. You're a star. Shiva's getting jealous of my style. Alright, look, I'll tell you the truth. Look, this time around, I ain't just collecting skulls here. We added brains to all of that. And I've been through some journeys in life that have revealed some truths to me. And I've been trying to help people understand that they can go upon that path themselves and learn those truths about themselves. There's a way that memory was preserved in the Akashic records, and those Akashic records, when they are um, truly looked at, this is an emotional reality and memory transfer. It's not like reading a book with language, it's more like reading memories, but like copying memories, like integrating memories as one's own and having that emotional response and then living it out in your own experience in some form, some way. I'm not saying some epic grandeur way, but here's the reality with Shiva, which people just cannot understand and fathom. They say you're on drugs, you're on drugs. Thank you. moderation. Thank you, Evie. Thank you, others who've helped, who continue to help on that block of those guys' presence, individuals. Um, though there is this point where Shiva, he's chilling, man, and he's like up on this little mountain portion, hill, mountain, whatever, and like he's always fucking happy as shit, bro. He's chilling, but he's happy. And everybody's like, bro, this dude's on drugs. He's got opium or whatever the fuck they had around the area. They're like, this dude's fucking nuts on drugs. He's always happy out there, delirious by himself. And the reality was is that Shiva had attained a oneness with the goddess, with the divine mother, a connection, man, that like fucking nothing could replace. It made him fucking happy. The worst things could be going on, but his connection with the fucking mother on that level of things, shit, we could laugh at anything, any moment. The world could be crashing, and I'm chilling, bro, because I know, man, ultimately if I needed to move from my post, Divine Mother would send me and be like, move your ass. Otherwise, I'm going to continue doing and resonating the positive energy to bless my community. And people really did think he was intoxicated and on some physical substance, and he wasn't. He had reached a spiritual connection like none other. And it's quite interesting when that kind of reality exists, has been existing, continues to be existent, and you know everything in correct measure. These days, the way life goes, one way, one standard is ultimately going to be a failing method. Change and adaptation is very important for the pace of progression we're having these days. Here's another reality in connection with Shiva. So, I was doing my best to look, Egyptian, and I walked into the Hindu temple, and it didn't just come out naturally, it took time, but people kept seeing me and perceiving me as Shiva, dressed up as Shiva, so I looked up Shiva. And all the aspects of Shiva, the dancing and all of that, man, if you could see my life as an observer, if I could hand you my memories, you'd be like, I mean, like total, like every single little thing, da 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 da. That's just me at my nature, at my core. Just it's my being. Like I just want to start dancing wherever I am. Like I don't need music. Like I don't need to pay money to go to a dance hall. Like let's just make where we are the fucking dance floor and start having a good time. Like why do I need to pay money to go fucking have a party, bro? Like why can't I do that? I'll just do that right where I am. Like I know how to limit and to where it's not gonna hurt or bother things, but I can go beyond the normal, just fucking standing in line at the store doing nothing, like just waiting my turn or whatever. Like I can shake things up comfortably without going nuts on it. And anyways, people saw me. I was trying to look Egyptian, and people were seeing me as Shiva, and that's what helped me further understand the connection between Hiru, Horus, and Shiva, and Ra, and all of that. I, it just helps really bring things together because we see things differently across cultures, but there are so many similarities. When I continually look at them, I see the same family kind of separated out, and just like any family, we're gonna go through some shit. Why don't you go on your own goddamn continent? Go over that part of the world, Lord. I don't care about that part of the world. Go do your own thing. I don't care. Like, I don't want to kill you or I don't want to hurt you, your family, you know what I'm saying? And if you hang around, I'm just gonna fucking backhand you. It's just gonna be instinct. I don't want this to happen. So, like, just go over there, or you know what? I'll go over there, whatever. So I could see that family spreading out for who knows of amount of different various reasons of getting along, being a different part of society, preserving something from their home planet, each genius of their own mind. I mean, like, think about it. If you want your species to survive or you really want to pass on a technology, you're going to send the nine greatest motherfuckers of their own rights. So, you know what I'm saying? Let's send Einstein, let's sign Plato, let's sign this guy. You know what I'm saying? Certain geniuses be like, boom, we could restart a civilization with this group of people. Their smarts, their expertise, that's just gonna make it. That's what I pretty much see in one format or another, at one point, one planet or another, whether we all started on Mars, moved to Earth, whether fucking Mars destroyed themselves, came over to Earth, and then it was like, you know, a whole man versus woman kind of fucking separation happened. Not that it's a gender thing, but it was more like a way of living type of standard. That's why you have men, and you'll be like, oh, they're a girly man or whatever. They have feminine qualities because they're more like of Earth. And then you have the men, and there's even women who are like this too, and they're very dominating, very domineering, and that's more like the Mars quality or the you know what I'm saying, or not? If you don't, I've got no more words to really help catch you up, so I hope you know what I'm talking about. Ambient Skyrim. Oh, you were asking questions about my necklace. So these necklaces up here are separate, and then this one is all one piece. It connects to that guy, and then it connects to like another row up here. I just want to leave that. Oh yeah, I put that together myself. This one's separate. This is connected to this necklace. So. It's like the Divine Father and the Divine Mother. The right side of the brain is masculine, the left side of the brain is feminine. And then the Ankh. This would be like the intake. This would be like the output, the feminine, the masculine, the brain, yet again. Be like that. So at the center of the brain, you have your crossroads. And you can freely ascend between masculine and feminine and create the cycle of life as needed, encouraged, supported, or whatever the sort of case, magically, naturally. If you didn't know, magic, mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. Didn't catch it? I'll say it again. Magic, mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. You're a magician without even trying. Your very essence and being, with a little bit of planning, organization, which you do without even thinking. Here, James. Very sweet spider dust. 666. I've recently felt called to start learning more about Thelma. It led me down a different path, but it's very similar to Green Terra, but with the Anod as the core divinity group. Yeah, man, like, I really, on the spiritual side, I could tell that there was entities guiding me. And when I say this, I mean, like, I caught a bus. I got off at the wrong stop. I didn't know how to get to where I was going, nor to how to catch a bus to get where I knew how to walk to where I was going, but I did not know how to catch a bus to where I was going. So I was walking, and then the spirit was like, run. And so I started running, and then it was like, okay, catch your breath, but try to do so as quickly as you can and start running again after the next portion. And it kept doing this to me for literally like a solid mile plus, kept pushing and pushing and pushing me. And I kept going, man. I kept going, 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 and going. And all of a sudden, I come up. I walk right past this one street, and this fucking bus comes out, and there's a bus stop that I'm standing at, and I had a bus transfer ticket. It said, "Get on this bus." So it's all in my head, like no physical apparition. I'm not on drugs, clear as day. Uh, might have some cigarettes on me, probably had cigarettes on me, but that would have been about it. And literally, I get on the bus, hand over whatever. I get on the bus, and literally, the bus pulls around literally in front of where I need to get the fuck where I'm heading to. Literally, fucking drops my ass off. I go over there, and it was I had some glasses, and like for me to see the TV clearly or to see far, I use my glasses. And so at this particular juncture time, like without my glasses, I get a headache or whatever. And but I didn't have money, and I called the store up, and they used to do a service for me, and they would take my old lens and they could cut it to fit a new frame, and so they saved me money and whatnot. And I called them up and they said they could do it, and I went in and they were like, "No, we can't do that for you." And I was so upset, and I couldn't argue with them because they didn't have the equipment anymore. Like whatever they told me, they didn't have the equipment to do it anymore, so it was just impossible. Miscommunication, whatever. And I'm literally sitting there practically crying, and this lady walks up. She asked my situation. I explain it out to her. We connect, and she literally sits there and waits, tells me to go pick out whatever I want, gets the best lenses, because I'm legally blind in my left eye. So, like, if my right eye gets damaged, I'm fucked, man. So she gets the extra strong lenses, like everything, and pays for me to get the eye prescription, all of it, man. And none of that, all of that happened because I caught the wrong bus. I showed up, but I got off at the wrong stop. But I ran. I caught the correct bus. All of it happened, and I've. That's just one out of many sequence of miraculous events that I just followed what was in my head, and I happened to show up at the right spot at the right time, picked the right fucking curio to go down streetwise, and fucking miracle popped out its ass out of nowhere, and I'm just like, this is what I keep following. I keep finding success in it, and so like people could say or make fun or anything they want to, but I know what's fucking true. And what I'm getting back around to is when I found the Egyptian Anad, which is the Egyptian uh, pantheon. Nine individuals, essentially nine primary individuals. There's more to it and whatnot. But when I learned about these nine individuals, about the Yadnab, I literally saw my family. I saw the spirits that had been interacting with me, guiding me and directing me. I saw their personality traits. I saw their separations. I could tell because each one kind of interacted with me a little bit different. They didn't classify the name. They didn't give me an image, but it was like family. It was like family would interact with you, but it was a different kind of family. It was like, it's like don't trust human ultimate. Like they didn't say not to trust humans, but they were like essentially in all those kind of actions over, regardless of what anybody else could see or prove or argue against. I could care less because in one form or another they've been guiding my life and they haven't stopped. And I know that they're represented in other cultures and civilizations with different names and personas, so forth and so on. Though I really like the Egyptian style the most. I don't know, maybe it was a life I lived at the time that I remember last or something. Thank you, Spider. Slumbering sin. Um, so far I've been doing the morning streams, Eastern Standard Time, -4 GMT, 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. So like technically I'm kind of over my time, but I don't mind staying over a little bit. I'm not like, I'm not like hitting the timer or anything like that. Um, but I've been considering doing different portions of the day as well, to some degree or regard, and so I definitely consider that. For anybody that desires to or whatnot, I'm gonna put my email in the chat log. It's about that time to wrap things up for the day. So if you do want to shoot me a message or make contact or whatever, regardless, there's my email available to me, directly to me. Feel free to reach out. That's cetra@yahoo.com. Headley, and if you could put in your question or inquiry within the next minute or two, I'll be happy to answer. Okay, cool, Joanna. I'll make sure I respond to that. at some point today. Maybe immediately, maybe not. I'll just see how that goes. Thanks, Slumbering Sin. I'm not ignoring y'all as far as the sound bowl or the gong goes. When I feel it, I feel it, and I usually kind of follow the direction. But in its due time. Thank you very much for the compliment, Headline. I do appreciate that. Very cool, Slumbering Sin. And um, and Headline, I've got day after day after day in the folder Invisible College on my stream. And so you can literally, there's 5 hours, 5 hours, 5 hours. I've been doing this bit for a little bit. I think we're on day 69 or 70. I think I forgot to label yesterday's. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Anyways, today's either 69 or 70. I'm not sure. But they're available for replay. In the beginning, they were 9 hour long streams, and now they're 5 hour long streams. I've been focusing on getting my sleep. That's been a big part of my formula. I like my sleep. I get enough sleep. Yeah, you know what? I really don't mind. I don't get enough sleep, and I'm like, yeah, I don't want to be doing this. So I'm just gonna say much love, many blessings. You got my email if you want to send anything or let me know. Feel free to go ahead. But I'm gonna go on and get on with my day. And I hope you have a wonderful, blessed day. We will be here tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 5 a.m. -4 GMT if you're somewhere else in the world. And much love, many blessings. Dhamma Day Gawai.